Already off to a good start.
Sweetheart, bitter heart, now I can't tell you apart. Cozy and cold, put the horse before the cart. Those teenage hopes were tears in their lives. Too scared to own up to one little lie. Oh, changing your heart. Oh, know who you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, or 10. Money can't buy you back on the bad day. One, two, three, four, five, six, 9, or 10. Money can't buy you back over the bad day. Oh, changing your heart. Oh, you know who you are. Oh, changing your heart. Oh, you know who you are. Oh, you know who you are. Oh, yeah. Oh, before the teenage boy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Get right in your heart. Before the teenage boy, the break in your heart. Before the teenage
Hello, hello. Happy Saturday. It is Cryptomeria. Good to see everyone. Sorry. Oh my God, my hair's a mess. There we go. Now I feel pretty. And yeah, well, it's kind of Hi. For those of you who don't know me, I am an artist out of Victoria, British Columbia, in Canada. And the great dumpster fire in the north. Like, what else do you say about it? It's kind of why I've been doing, like, I do a blog, and I usually, like, just pull up news articles, random stuff I find. Hopefully I don't get too many copyright strikes on YouTube tonight. Yeah, because I know I've played that Feist one I've made before, so I think it's like, I think I'm safe. Plus, it's a tribute, Uh, I was having a Canadian moment. I remember the reason I picked that music. It's just the way the animation was going, and I remember it was a festival, and she was playing in town, and unfortunately, and I remember I was running to graveyard shift, so I couldn't have even gone to the concert, but I could hear her, just like, special moment. Sorry, just my hand hurts. I will live. I will live. Maybe we'll find out Monday. How bad am I? I know I'm making jokes, but it just, come on. There we go. And yeah, I couldn't think of a title for this one today. Just, I was like, okay, whatever, I'll pick something. And she turned out fabulous. uh, Sometimes I get winners. Sometimes I get lucky with them. This, is it this one? Yes. Woohoo! I'm on the right screen. This was crazy. This, like, just came out when I got off work, so. How may I help you? This just came out when I was getting off work. Like, Canada isn't it, like,
How are you?
you.
Good, how are you? For what? Excuse me? For what? For Rex. For what? Whoa. For what? For what?
No, this is, you cannot arrest people like this. Especially press. This just keeps getting worse and worse. Like, how is this not concerning? Like, people should be concerned about this.
Stay the fuck away from me. Stay the fuck away from me.
At least I made it like the 5-minute magic mark before swears happened. And this is my other channel.
We don't like here we go again. We can. Jack, do you know why you're being arrested? Did they tell you? For what? For what? Stay away from me. For threats?
Like, this is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck is going on in Canada lately?
You scare me? Don't come near me. Don't come near me. You came near me. You followed me.
This is nuts. Like, the amount.
We cannot leave this group alone. I think you have a fetish for us. I believe that you have a serious fetish for us. I think it hurts. I'm sorry.
He'll be okay. Probably goes with
Wow. I had another little. This is not fun, but that painkiller's kicking in.
Wow.
It's a fetish or something.
You need to make sure you have the right person. They didn't notify you or anything.
Right.
Hey guys, get ready. Move the signs. There's somebody to keep it going.
It's a criminal organization.
Wow.
You guys didn't follow your policy.
Do you realize who you're arresting right now?
Wow, look at all the cops.
Everybody's under arrest.
Media.
But look,
You guys media.
look how beautiful it is. Bunch of videos, one behind the other.
This is not good. Like, you cannot.
This is after the Emergency Act was declared illegal.
Yeah, this is afterwards. Like, but they're still. Until Trudeau gets out, it's gonna be like, oh, meanwhile, if you stab someone downtown Victoria, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're pretty much out. We have almost the same laws with shoplifting. Like, oh, you'll be out. Doesn't matter. You know.
You guys are proud. This is your legacy. Violating people's rights. This is your legacy. You didn't follow any policies or procedures.
This is not good. Like, this isn't an old video. This just happened. Like, I'm getting off work, just like scrolling through, and I'm like, oh my god, this is not good.
You have to tell them that they're arrested or detained first.
Like how he took you're under arrest. Like, it's like, no, you have rights in Canada. And what they're doing is like,
Yeah, you for the record. Notice the sarcasm. One day
you have the right to know your charges and the right to get their badge numbers.
All of you.
And they keep, like,
And tried to grab me. Remember that?
Those are criminal offenses, Milton. One day you're guilty of.
these guys know each other really well. Let's just put some little contacts between the protesters and the Ottawa police. They all know each other. You know, it's kind of like a big Canadian family. Yeah. This is going to be such cool animation. Because this turns into a dragon and then turns into a girl. And I've gotten, even though I've been using the same prompts, I don't always get the same response. Like, this is completely different than anything I did yesterday. And some of it's very similar because I'm using a similar prompt just to keep the next animation sort of in the same realm, you know. But this one, and there's a new program I'm like, I'm just deciding if I want it, like it, because one I have, it's just doing the watermarks, but it's like that one. I think I just need to upgrade. I think they did a special when it first came out, but I have 5 right now, and also a Bodhi. That's a lot of like learning to do. So I'm just going to stick with this and stick with what I'm doing and just build over it slowly with time. And I like the process. Like, I'm just trying to, I think I know the next music I'm doing. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure. I want to do Midnight City by MI8, And I have some animation for California Girls by Katy Perry. You know, I should do Dark Horse. I know she's kind of like one of those celebrities that I'm kind of mixed on, but at the same time, sometimes I can put past someone because I like their music. And other times I really don't like their music, but I still like them. Yeah, and also I signed up for Medium today, so I'm going to check out that one. Um, it's very similar to WordPress, but it could be like if I can like reshare my blog on there. Even though I don't write a lot about my personal life, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. And I wanted to I want to get a better camera so I can or setup so I can do like sewing programs because I think that would be cool. Or even just like a better way to incorporate so I can like show you the process I go through making my art. Oh boy.
The US military has sent 4 of its naval destroyers to Alaska after spotting ships from China and Russia, quote, patrolling.
I haven't heard this on the CWC or CTV. We're more like worried about
when the United
tampons
States first
in men's
bought Alaska from
bathrooms.
Russia, many people thought it was a big mistake. The U.S. paid $7.2 million, which is more than $150 million today, for what looked like a huge area of empty land. From the outside, it looked like a huge mistake at the time. This view changed, though, when Alaska was found to be a beautiful nature wonderland full of useful resources. Even though no one knew how much Alaska would be worth in the future, why did the U.S. pay so much for it? Back then, did people really think it was a huge mistake?
I'm not going
We're
to pull
going to
up
talk
this
about
whole
the real
one,
reasons
but
why the U.S. bought Alaska from Russia
this is
today.
actually a
It's hard to
pretty.
imagine what the U.S. would be like without Alaska,
I know.
which has become its last and most dangerous territory.
Yeah.
The land area of Alaska is 665,384
Oh, because don't
square
count on
miles.
us Canadians to do anything in the north. Like, I'm sorry,
making
like
it the biggest state in the U.S. It makes up
we have duct
16%
tape.
of the
I don't
whole
know.
US
Maybe we
land
can
area.
train the polar
When you
bears
add
to
up the
like.
sizes of the next 3
I have
states,
so many good
Texas,
memes.
California,
I
and
need
Montana,
to like start pulling
they are
them up
still
again.
smaller than Alaska. Also, with only 732,000 people living there, it is the 3rd least popular state, after Wyoming and Vermont. Because the Aleutian Island goes so
That's
far
funny,
west
Vermont,
that it touches the eastern
but
hemisphere, Alaska is not only the westernmost state,
it's tiny.
but also the easternmost. Also, if you live in a certain area along the Bering Strait, you can see Russia from your own garden on a clear day.
Wow.
Russia settled in Alaska in the 1740s, and since then it has been a popular place for people looking for excitement and money. Outsiders flocked to the state to take advantage of its many natural resources, which led to a series of booms and frenzies in its past. Anyone who made money off of Alaska's gold, furs, and more lately, oil did get very rich. But Alaska is also home to native groups that have lived here for thousands of years and adapted to this way of life. These native groups have gotten good at using snowshoes, dog sleds, kayaks, and canoas to get around the rough terrain, which helps them do well in harsh circumstances.
Yeah, I'm not going to play too much of that. It's a really great article. I might pull it up later. I always say that and then I never go back to them. I might, because that one actually was like they are my neighbors. Oh boy, yeah.
So it may be January 2024, ladies and gentlemen, but the issue we all know about within women's sports just doesn't
It's
stop.
not
And
going
with this
away
story today,
easy.
it seems like a Muslim girls basketball team cancelled a game
I don't
after being
blame
made
them.
aware of a male identifying as a female on the other team. Remember, Daily Wire's Lady Ballers is just a parody. But before we carry on with this one and get into this story, if you could, make sure to leave a like rating, as it really, really helps out the video, helps it get pushed out in the algorithm. If you're new, hit that subscribe button closer and closer to 60k, turn on bell notifications, comment on this video, share this video, and let's get into this story. Redux have reported Muslim girls basketball team reportedly cancelled game after being made aware that the competing team included a transgender player. A girls basketball team from a Muslim high school in California may have cancelled a game after the school's board was made aware that the opposing team had a trans-identified male player. On Thursday, January 4th, Everose High School was set to compete against San Francisco Waldorf in a girls varsity basketball event, but the event was abruptly cancelled. While the school has not provided comment on the reason why the sudden forfeiture took place, the decision was reportedly the result of the institution being made aware that a male player was participating on the Waldorf girls team. Now, this is going to be an interesting one for the woke liberals to talk about, right? Because sometimes you hear them come out and say, oh, it's always these white, right-wing conservative women who are pushing back against this issue. It's always the same people. What are they going to say?
It's funny.
About this one?
I'm just going to
Surely
pause this for a
use the same
second, because
reasons,
it's funny
right?
how,
Are they going to
it's like everyone deserves rights. Everyone deserves rights. You have to respect my rights. Oh, you're religious. Oh, well, you don't matter. And meanwhile, these are the people who are going to be offended by this Muslim team backing out are going to be the same people waving Palestinian flags, just because that's how propaganda and mass hysteria go. That's basically.
criticize religion? Yeah, I recommend not doing that either. Everose is an Islamic school in the Bay Area, and sources close to the matter speculate that the hesitancy to compete against Waldorf was due to religious objections regarding the Muslim girls risking physical contact with the male player. While the name of the male student will not be released at the request of sources, Redux has reviewed past game footage featuring the boy on the Waldorf team. He is seen towering over his female counterparts, boasting an obvious height and limb length advantage. According to team rosters, the male student also retained his masculine name. Hey look man, everybody must play along in this clown world, right? But as you heard in the article, the rumor is it was all due to religious reasons. Now, again, are the woke liberals going to criticize that? Yeah, because these girls and everybody involved still recognize that these players are men. Crazy that, isn't it? But with this story as well, we also had a post go viral before it was reported on X that was posted by
Like
an
some of
account
this
that
is
goes
just-
by Women Are Real. Tonight in the Bay Area,
Yeah,
a
what's
girls'
a
high school
woman?
basketball team consisting mostly of Muslim girls forfeited a game against a team with the male player. The girls refused to play against the boy or share a locker room with him. You will not see this story in the news. Of course,
Yeah.
the boys' team played. Girls lose while boys remain unaffected. Don't let women's sports die in silence. Let CA voters decide if boys playing in girls' sports is fair. Download and sign the petition. You know, we can easily avoid this, can't we, ladies and gentlemen? All we have to do is bring common sense back into the fold. How easy and simple is that? Have boys compete against boys and girls compete against girls. But what do we do instead in this lovely, stunning, and brave society? We run away from common sense. We actively try to avoid it. Again, this is in California, so simple solutions haven't crossed their mind, and probably won't in my lifetime either. Speaking to Redux, Julie Lane of Women Are Real, the X account I just mentioned, an independent California-based women's advocacy group, revealed that information on the Waldorf player was first brought to their attention by a concerned father in November of 2023. His daughter had played against Waldorf and had been left traumatized by the experience. Following the tip, Lane scouted out a Waldorf event to see for herself. The boy had an obvious advantage, she says. The girls didn't necessarily run their offense through him, probably because they didn't want to be targeted, but he got most of the rebounds and was able to jump much higher than the girls. She continued by noting that the male player was not particularly skilled, but he had a longer range of arm reach and could jump significantly higher. They were at a complete disadvantage, Lane says. I caught one scramble for the ball with another player and my heart stopped. She was more than a foot shorter than him and could have been seriously injured. Oh yeah, that's right, the biological advantage that these woke activists just simply ignore, or some of them even claim it doesn't exist.
There's so many conversations around trans inclusion in sports. We have state houses all over the United States that are passing bills to make sure that no trans kids are allowed to play sport at any level in their state. And I just think that this is a huge travesty. The science that we have now says that transgender women do not hold an unfair biological advantage over cis women.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You know what? In this society, as we all know, we just ignore truth. We ignore the reality because individuals' feelings must be reaffirmed and everybody else must be affected because apparently, clearly, feelings matter more. According to the stats tracked by Max Preps, the Waldorf Wolverines girl varsity team has won all but one game it has participated in over the past year. I wonder why. Determined to raise awareness of the Waldorf player, the team at Women Are Real looked into the school's upcoming games. Learning about their scheduled appearance against Everose, a religious school focused on Muslim youth, the group then contacted the school's board to alert them to the presence of a male on the opposing team. I was hopeful and thought there was no way this board would let their female athletes participate with the boy, Lane said, noting that she never received a response from Everose. On January 4th, Lane and some members from the Women Are Real team arranged to attend the match between the Waldorf and Everose team, but upon arriving, Lane was unable to locate the girls' event. Confused, Lane approached some parents for answers and was directed to speak to a female Waldorf student who had been sitting on the bleachers watching the boys' game. I approached her and asked if the team was playing and if she was on the girls' team, and she said she was on the team and they were not playing. I asked what happened and she said, oh, the other team didn't have enough players, but Everose has avoided providing a concrete official answer about their motivation for abruptly cancelling the match, and did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Jean Burns, another representative from Women Are Real, believes the confusion and silence surrounding the cancellation suggests Waldorf's male player was the cause. As the school hasn't made an official statement, we can't say for sure why the game was cancelled. However, none of the multiple reasons we have heard from various sources make sense. We heard from the school director that there were not enough athletes to field a team, yet they played a game 2 days later with more than enough players. We heard from others that the coach was ill, yet he was able to coach the boys' team the same evening of the cancellation. All this mystery and secrecy leads me to believe that the true reason for the cancellation most likely involves the male athlete, she said, adding that she was relieved when she learned that the game had been called off. On one hand, I feel strongly that no girl's safety should ever be compromised and that no girl should be competing against a boy unaware. On the other hand, I'm saddened that the result is girls quietly self-selecting out of sport, she continued. Will girls' sports die a silent death here in California? Seeing that the boys' game went on made me angry. Nothing has happened to them. What message are we sending these young girls? Yeah, so a lot of secrecy involved as to why the team didn't show up. They cancelled, religious reasons being cited, etc., etc. But I think we're all glad, nonetheless, that they didn't have to compete against a disadvantage they didn't sign up for. It's sad that it has reached that point, right? But at least they didn't go through that. Now, one of the reasons why the school might be so secret about it is if it was revealed that they pulled out of the match due to the male competing, they could actually face a penalization. Speaking with Redux, Marshy Smith of the Independent Council on Women's Sports speculates that the confusion surrounding Evero's forfeiture may be the result of concerns about potential penalization from the California Interscholastic Federation. The CIF falsely claims that boys who say their gender identity is female have legal entitlements to girls' opportunities and access to girls' teams, dorms, locker rooms, scholarships, titles, and records, she explains. Families and schools like Everose are wrongly told that
like a pool in Ontario? I don't know.
They'll be in violation of federal law if they don't force their daughters to compete against or with males. Tragically, feeling powerless, teams will quietly forfeit more and more. It goes on to say that CIF's threat is false and unethical and calls on schools and families to push back against gender ideology-based policies. Again, but this is the position, once again, woke ideology, woke culture has put people in. Teams, it seems like, will have to quietly forfeit or cancel games because they don't want to come against somebody they shouldn't be competing against. And 2023 was a big year for this whole issue. So many stories were around of males identifying as women and going into women's sports, taking place of the awards away from women. And I imagine in 2024, this issue is only going to grow and will get bigger. Crazy times we're living in, ladies and gentlemen. But leave your thoughts down below on this story. What are your thoughts on this girls team forfeiting the match? I would like to know. If you've enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like rating. If you're new, hit that subscribe button, turn on bell notifications, comment on this video, share this video. But until next time, it has been your boy JD. Have a great day, stay safe, and I'm out. Peace.
Good grief, that was like, it shouldn't even be an issue. Like, trans athletes want respect, but they are not willing to give the same respect to other groups. If you want respect, you should show respect. And Muslims, you have to respect this. You may not agree with it, but it's part of their religion. And there are, not all Muslims are, but I think more parents need to be concerned about this. It's almost like it's become, unless you endorse this, you're a bad person. You're the worst person on the world, because you do not want your daughter, like some girl, like, I think, yeah, have a separate category. Sorry. They're already putting themselves in a separate category. And the more, like, it would be better just to have it, since it is very accepted and going on, that maybe just have a separate category, because I know a lot of women want to compete against men, even though, but a lot of us, we don't, like, and I do find the hypocrisy, like, of not respecting, under the Canadian Charter, yes, they have the right to be, whoever they want to be. But you cannot let someone else not be who they want to be. Just, and it's all these lines are getting crossed right now. God, this hurts. I actually, like, it's actually, like, moved from my finger up, and I'm like, but they did an x-ray. It's not like, it's just getting old.
I think NCAA had mentioned.
Speaking of which,
Charlie Baker, the president, and the rest of the
she
NCAA
is-
governing board, and telling them to stop discriminating against women and female athletes. But we need you. We need young and old and everything in between to unite, stand together.
Yeah, we
fight
need
for
to stand up
this battle,
against this. This is
because
reverse
it's not something that just
feminism.
affects us college
You get called,
athletes.
oh, you're a bad
This is something that
feminist
should
if you
be
don't
done
believe in
to
this.
every
And it's like,
single
I'm
person,
first
every
wave.
single person in the United States,
A little bit of second wave.
You,
Kind of
young
lost the
people,
narrative in the
high school
third and have
students,
no
now more
fucking
than ever.
Well,
clue
ladies
what
and
this
gentlemen,
fourth
welcome
is.
back to
And
the
I went
channel.
to
It's
university
Sports
for
Radio. I hope you're
feminist
all doing
theory.
well. I hope you've all
Yeah,
had
I
a great
was one
start
of
to
those
your
people.
weekend. In this episode,
But now
as
it's
you've all
like,
seen, I'm gonna be
at
talking
least I
about
have the
recent
skills to
NCAA
unpack the
convention
crazy.
that took place in
The
Phoenix,
psychology.
Arizona, where
I
they
took
were
cost
planning
news.
to
My
honor
degree's in
30
cost news,
exceptional
but I
female
took,
athletes. Woman
once
of the year.
again,
I'm surprised they didn't just hand that to Leah Thomas. Something happened at this convention that I think a few days ago a lot of people probably weren't expecting, and that was Riley Gaines and other women turning up, protesting, calling for the NCAA president, Charlie Baker, to change the policies, obviously centered around males identifying as women
Yeah.
and competing in their sports.
there
Because
is
obviously, ladies and
something to
gentlemen, we
fairness
still
in
live
sports.
in this world where people just can't see how unfair it really is.
It
and
really
how it goes
is,
against
like,
the reality that we all live in. It's a great time. It really is. Now, before I carry on,
well, also, like, if you've been watching my blog or my channel, or, like, this is concerning, and it's getting swept under the carpet, and it's putting women and young girls in danger. And I would even say young boys. Those change rooms go both ways, and there's a whole lot of creepy out there, like, and like the one in Ontario. Oh God, it's actually even more creepy because he's been doing it since 2019, and I'm like, but he was competing against girls, but he had to use the men's change room, which is still pretty creepy. Like, I don't know, like, it's supposed to be like an open category, but when you see the list and it's like 11, 12, 12, 50, 13, 11, like, why is a fucking grown man identifying as a chick just to swim with little girls. Like, did he watch the Little Mermaid too many times, or is this like this? And I keep pulling it up because I don't know why more people don't think it's right. Like, if we did this 10 years ago, the cops would have been there, right there. Now the cops are protecting him because he has more rights.
Carry on with this one. If you could, make sure to leave a like rating, as it really, really helps out the video. If you're new, hit that subscribe button. We're getting closer and closer to 60k. Turn on bell notifications, comment on this video, share this video,
This is
and let's
not
get into this
fair.
article. Turning Point USA go on to report Riley Gaines, Paula Scanlon protest NCAA convention. Women's sports are for women. Charlie Baker, who took the reins as NCAA president nearly a full year ago, has had ample opportunity to decry inexcusable athletic policies, which in 2022 allowed a lackluster male swimmer turned transgender identifying athlete Leah Thomas to dominate the female field in his final year at the University of Pennsylvania, earning him a nomination for Woman of the Year.
What?
Baker, however, has sidestepped the national debate regarding women's sports in favor of a moderate approach. Yeah, you know what? We need to stop this moderate kind approach, because this issue is destroying women's sports. It's taking opportunities, places, awards away from them. It's easy to solve, right? But as you hear me say,
like the trans is
videos,
transvestite, not
society doesn't want to hear any of it. Common sense could be in that direction, but our liberal society is just so intent on running
get the dialogue. Since everyone's so big on the alphabet, let's get the dialogue straight between
several conservative women's advocacy groups, including the Independent Women's Forum, Concerned Women for America, and Independent Council on Women's Sports, organized a protest outside of the organization's annual conference, which this year is taking place at Phoenix, Arizona. Approximately 50 protesters gathered outside of the Phoenix Convention Center on Thursday to call on NCAA President Baker to change the policies allowing males to dominate female athletics. We're here in Phoenix to tell the NCAA to stop discriminating against women, Gaines told Turning Point USA. We have an incredible panel of athletes, former and current coaches, parents, and everything in between to tell the NCAA just that. The message is simple. We're sending it loud and clear. We won't be erased as women, and we do not want men in our sports or our
head's
locker
not
rooms.
scrolling
And a lot of other
tonight.
people don't either, but it just seems like the people who do, who sit there all the time and they clap out, this is so stunning, this is so brave. Yeah, those people unfortunately just have all the control. Now I have a few clips to show you guys with everything taking place at this convention. You'll see signs everywhere. Riley Gaines giving a speech, obviously, going up to representatives of the NCAA and handing them a petition signed by many, many people, asking them, hey, look, change needs to happen, and it must happen now. You'll see mothers of a swim team giving their story of their daughters having to share a spot with a male athlete, and much more.
No, rookie move. Don't get an echo.
It's posted by the Concerned Women for America, and they go on to say this: hey NCAA, it's time to stop discriminating against women, making our message clear out here in Phoenix today that women's sports are for women only. They attach a short clip of Riley Gaines giving a speech. After that's played, the rest will follow. Take a watch.
Women are deserving of privacy, safety, and fairness, and equal opportunity is not anti-trans. It is pro-woman. It is pro-reality. It is pro-truth.
She wasn't alone. To think that having a man on a women's team does not affect young women is to bury our heads in the sand and ignore this ugly truth.
No.
The hell that these girls went through has affected them physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually.
If people don't stand up, it sets a precedent, and then there's permission. Silence is permission.
So anxious, so nervous, that she threw up so violently that the contents of her stomach didn't just come out her mouth, but through her nose and hit the back of the bathroom wall. That is just how ferocious and aggressive a level of emotional, physical turmoil that this took on her. She knew full well that she was saying was honest and real emotion, and it was a legitimate concern, but she also knew that the NCAA would do absolutely nothing to protect her and her teammates. Bouts of insomnia, depression, and feeling defeated, worthless, and guilt followed, all because they wanted a fair playing field on which to compete. I barely recognized my daughter after a couple weeks. She lost noticeable amounts of weight. Her eyes were dark, her cheeks were hollowed, her posture had changed, her head hung low. She was staring at her feet and not looking up and forward anymore. This was not the kid that I had sent to Roanoke College. This was a defeated young lady who had something stolen from her.
It was not until my last competition, the last meet of my career, that I realized how much I'd taken for granted the achievements of Title IX. Under the guise of inclusivity, the NCAA has embraced an agenda that actively excludes women, which undermines the entirety of Title IX by allowing males to steal the protections reserved for women. And for me, this is not a theoretical issue. It is one that was forced in my face at our national championships in 2022. And I mean that quite literally. By now, my story is well known. My senior year, we were forced to compete against Leah, formerly Will Thomas, a mediocre male swimmer who swam 3 years prior, competing on University of Pennsylvania's men's team before switching to the women's team. At that 2022 national championship, we raced and tied down to the 100th of a second in the 200 freestyle. But I was denied the trophy. As the NCAA said it was necessary, the trophy was in Thomas's hands when photos were being taken, reducing everything that we had worked our entire lives for down to a photo op.
Women's sports! Save 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 women's sports!
Are dedicated to protecting women and upholding and fighting for our rights and our opportunities and for equal opportunities. We also have here a petition that we garnered over 70,000 signatures. Over 500 Olympians. Some important names to include Martina Navratilova. We have Donna De Verona. Some really, really awesome and incredible women. We have another petition or demand letter in here. We wanted to share with you guys. We were here last year. We did the exact same thing. I was one of the NCAA nominees for NCAA Woman of the Year from the University of Kentucky.
Yes.
We feel as if that our voices are not being heard. That is the objective. That is why we are here. That is why we are chanting. We want to be let into the conversation. So at any opportunity, any chance to meet, we are happy and more than willing to work with you all on looking at what this looks like, how to uphold fairness and protect our rights to privacy and our rights to safety in our sports. So many people here benefited from Title IX. We saw the effects of what this means, how this has propagated us, not just, of course, within our athletics, but really into our lives, whether that's with our personal relationships or into our careers. Being beneficiaries of Title IX, we're strong proponents of it and protecting it, of course, for its original intent. We wish that President Baker was out here. We saw how President Emmert has handled these issues. I know President Baker testified before the Senate a few weeks ago that changes are being made, that changes have been made, but that's not what we're seeing. We're still seeing the NCAA continue to discriminate against women on the basis of their sex. It's happening in just about every sport, every level, every division, every state. And again, that's why we're here.
Yeah, amazing scenes, right? It would have been great to see maybe more people perhaps turn up, but
sorry,
hopefully
I'm
somehow,
just
some way this makes the NCAA
trying to
look at
multitask on
themselves
something.
and make the change that is needed, because I'll be honest, I don't know how these people sleep at night. I really don't, whilst they know that the injustice is going on because of inclusivity, which, as we all know, really just means exclusion. You know, if these policies aren't changed in the near future, a lot more girls, women, people's daughters, granddaughters, sisters are going to be affected by this. And as a man, which I assume the NCAA president, Charlie Baker, is, I know we're not allowed to, but I assume he's a man. To allow this to happen as a man is shocking. You should be looking out for these women and protecting them, making sure their sports is fair and safe, not the opposite. But leave your thoughts down below, ladies and gentlemen, on this whole story. I'd like to hear how you guys feel about it all. If you have enjoyed, make sure to leave a like rating, as it really, really helps out the video. If you're new, hit that subscribe button, turn on bell notifications, comment on this video, share this video. But until next time, it has been your boy JD. Have a great day, stay safe, and I'm out. Peace.
Wow. Sorry, just X is going crazy. There's, yeah. And also I do pay for it, so.
You guys feel about it all.
No.
You guys
Don't
feel
do
about
that.
it all. If you have enjoyed, make sure to leave a like rating, as it really,
Sorry.
really.
Oh, God. Yeah, dumbasses. Again. And what's this?
Do you remember this?
Yeah. The glue is great. I think that's real, like, I don't know if they know what glue is made of. It's a lot of chemicals and
that'll stick.
shit. Like,
Apparently the airline
that's really helping the environment, you idiots.
to pay 120,000 pounds in damages for, I'm going to guess, losses accrued by them, gluing themselves to a frickin' runway. But no, the climate protesters, they're not done yet. They're never done, because the best way for them to get us on their side is by pissing the entire world off. So what have they done now, you might be asking? Well, let me show you. Yep. Those are climate protesters, once again defaming art. Because apparently what they say is so much more important than a priceless piece of history. While you firmly have the right to protest, and I will defend your right to do so, I will not defend you destroying priceless pieces of art or fucking up everyone else's day. You want to protest, you protest against the people that you are claiming to hate. The government. Go take it to their front door. Why are you messing with everybody who paid for an airline ticket? Why are you blocking traffic? You're not getting anyone on your side by doing this stupid shit. What you are doing is essentially making the government hate you, the people hate you, and everybody hate your cause. Don't worry, Tactical Turtleneck here. I'm going to give you some tips, alright? This is how you help the growing climate crisis without being a douchebag. Do something productive. Go outside, plant trees. Here's the problem that a lot of people have with your protest. It's completely hollow. It's just a bunch of screaming morons fucking with everyone's day.
Yeah,
So
that's
how about
pretty much
instead,
what it is.
You're obviously able to organize, this many morons. Why not have those morons do some good? Why don't you all plant trees? Make it a goal. Mr. Beast could do it. I'm pretty sure you can too. You seem to be very upset about the idea of plastic being all over the world. Now, here's the thing. I have a problem with that as well. That being said, you're screaming and soup throwing and gluing your hands to things and blocking of traffic. That doesn't really help anything, other than actually burning excess fossil fuels. Because when you're idling, yeah, you're still burning fuel. Just letting you know, the longer you hold those people up, the more gas they're actually going to burn. Good job, you're stupid. Once again, this is going to involve you actually doing something. Go out and clean up a beach, clean up a river, clean up your neighborhood. How about make sure that when you go out to protest, you are doing good. Walk the streets, cleaning up litter. That's a good idea, and I'm sure it would get a lot of people on your side. Plus, you'd actually be making an impact on the things you claim to care about. Now, here's the thing. Most people care about the environment. I live in the middle of the woods. I happen to care very much about the environment, which is why I'm really, really happy to live in the woods and protect everything within my area. I do that myself. Can you imagine what a group of you could do? Probably quite a bit more. Most Western nations have already implemented very strict regulations for the climate. The countries that haven't are the countries that you wouldn't dare actually stand up to. One of those being China, the biggest polluter on the planet. So when you're protesting, just make sure that instead of protesting the people that are actually already making the changes that you have asked for, but they're not good enough for you, no. Why don't you protest the countries that aren't? If you like this video, maybe you'll like one of these ones over here, or maybe this one over here. Make sure to hit this button in the middle, so then you can see more random crap like this. Anyway, tack out. I'm gonna go downstairs, I'm going to cook dinner, and it's going to be red meat, and I know how much that pisses you people off. Enjoy. Have a good one.
I really wonder. And this is going to be beautiful animation. Oh, I think so.
We do not agree with this decision, and respectfully, we will be appealing it.
Last week, Federal Court of Canada Justice Richard Mosley may have saved the country. Mosley is the judge who ruled that the Liberals' invocation of the Emergencies Act against the Freedom Convoy in February of 2022 was unconstitutional, and it was. The government can't just decide on its own that it needs to use the biggest hammer in the federal arsenal on ordinary citizens. And that's basically what Mosley's decision has made more difficult next time. And that's what saved us. Now, Mosley said there was a lot going on in the convoy that was illegal. You can't trespass. You can't impede the traffic. You can't keep people from operating their businesses or going to their employment. And all of that was being made much more difficult by the convoy. You can't have excess noise. And they sat there for 3 weeks honking their horns. But Mosley said all of those can be dealt with by the local and provincial authorities. And the Emergencies Act specifically says Ottawa may not invoke the act unless the emergency is national. Mosley said this wasn't. It was only in 3 locations. It was at the Ambassador Bridge between Windsor and Detroit. It was at the Coutts border crossing in Alberta. And it was mostly in downtown Ottawa. So it wasn't a national emergency. And even if it is a national emergency, the Emergencies Act is only justified when there is no other law that can be used to deal with the threat. When the provinces are incapable of dealing with it. So the federal government has to deal with it, and it doesn't have any other law in order to stop the threat to national security. Well, the protest in Ottawa never rose to that level. In Coutts, in southern Alberta, there were 4 people arrested who had weapons and modified explosive devices. Who said they might kill position, which is politically damaging them. They can't suspend the country. They can't impeach people's bank accounts just because that's easier for them. On the morning of the invocation of the Emergencies Act, February 14th, 2022, the RCMP said, look, we haven't tried all the police actions yet that might end this blockade. That in itself should have told the government they didn't have the constitutional authority to go ahead with the Emergencies Act. The premiers in a conference call before the Emergencies Act was invoked said, no, Mr. Prime Minister, I don't think you need the Emergencies Act. We should be dealing with this at the local or provincial level. That's what made this unconstitutional. But that's also what is undermining people's faith in institutions. Is that the federal government, this particular federal government, will use very arbitrary means against the people who oppose it. And that's what Justice Richard Mosley saved us from. For Post Media, I'm Lauren Gunter.
Sorry. Distracted. There we go. Now I'm back. See, these dragon ones are they're like dragon horses, and it's been a theme.
Been convicted. And for 40 years, they've maintained their innocence when it would have been much easier to go along and say, yes, we did this. They would have been out of prison much earlier. In Mr. Gillespie's case, the day after he was arrested, they offered him the opportunity to plead guilty to being an accessory. They were recommending a 2 to 3 year sentence. He didn't have to
ridiculous.
spend 40 years in prison. The man looked at them and said, I can't say I saw something I didn't see, and I can't say I heard something I didn't hear. And for 40 years, he's maintained his innocence. And that's one of the themes that we do see in the work that Innocence Canada does. When people will stand by their innocence for that long, when it would have been easier and more to their advantage sometimes to admit to something that they hadn't done. It's very much a red flag for us. It makes us dig in a lot deeper. But as you said, by the time we got to in front of the Chief Justice on the 4th of January, earlier this month, there was no evidence left. There was never much to start with. And in order to get the federal justice minister to overturn their convictions, we had to convince the minister that the convictions were unsound, that there was a likelihood of a miscarriage of justice. And that meant knocking the underpinnings out from what little evidence there was. So that by the time we called the case into court on the 4th of January, we had 2 murder trials in a half-hour period. The case was called, the gentleman entered not guilty pleas, the Crown admitted they had no evidence, and the Chief Justice acquitted them.
It's astonishing. I just want to kind of get as clear an answer as possible here, because I can't believe this. So there's really no accountability. There's no punishment for putting people behind bars wrongfully. You can, the prosecution, the police service can charge people. Prosecutions can help assist people who have been wrongfully convicted, getting them into jail. And they're not going to face any punishment for taking these people's lives away?
The closest thing to accountability that I've seen in the work that I've been doing with Innocence Canada, and I've been out of prison for almost 26 years now and volunteering with them, and been on their board for 15 or 16 years. I've been on the executive, I've been co-president the last 5 or 6. I know most of the wrongly convicted people in this country. We had a case of Charles Smith, who was practicing as a pediatric forensic pathologist in Ontario. He specialized in doing baby autopsies when nobody else wanted to do them. And he became a bit of a superstar testifying in court. He was almost unassailable. Nobody wanted to challenge his opinions. He was responsible for 13 cases that we're aware of wrongful convictions. A couple of those people served 13, 12 years in difficult circumstances in prison. Ultimately, there was a public inquiry held looking into how that could happen, at the end of which Charles Smith lost his license to practice medicine. He was fined a total of, I think it was $2,650, and he lost his license to practice. He was never charged criminally, of course, and he moved to another area. He attempted to get back into the medical field, and the press actually caught up to him in Saskatchewan, and he went on then to move to the West Coast, and he's still living free. So there was a tiny fine, tiny in relation to the 13 ruined lives, and
so I got to finish this.
Practice medicine. You might say there was some accountability in that case, but really it was just professional, the profession closing ranks and saying this guy was never qualified in the first place. But literally, there has been no accountability. In Mr. Milman and Mr. Gillespie's case, over half of the players, the original police officers, prosecutors, people that were involved, are no longer alive. So you just can't go back. The other person that will never see justice in their case is the victim. George Lehman was brutally beaten and set on fire. It wasn't by Mr. Milman and Mr. Gillespie, but the St. John Police Force is not going to go back after 40 years and try and reinvestigate that case. Witnesses are no longer around. There were other viable suspects had they been properly investigated at the time, but they're not around anymore either.
So do these are victims as well, the people who end up having to, lose their lives in prison for crimes they didn't commit. what kind of financial settlement will there be for both of these men? What can they expect to at least receive? I mean, obviously we know that Mailman has been diagnosed with terminal cancer. He likely won't live much longer now that he's actually free. But are these men going to have any financial compensation for having their lives stripped away from them by the state?
One would like to think so, but I can tell you.
I just figured something else out on X. I can actually get like a official like verification. This is going to be awesome.
Case, the premier on Thursday past held a state of the province address, spoke for an hour, never mentioned this case. A reporter put it to him in a scrum on the way out of that address, asked him, what about these two wrongly convicted individuals? His response was, I'm going to get some advice on that.
I can change a lot of things.
I'll do the right thing at the end of the day. Yesterday, a Canadian press reporter put it in writing to the press secretary for the New Brunswick Attorney General, Justice Minister, and said, well,
this is so
when
cool.
will the end of the day be, and what day will that be? Because Mr. Mailman literally doesn't have very many days left. The report. See anything.
Sorry, satellite.
We're literally
the towers
we're
suck in Victoria. They really suck. Like,
into doing the right thing. Absolutely. I think the people of New Brunswick.
Hopefully, this is the right
several
one.
Editorial letters and stuff written. They want to see these men compensated for what they've been.
Yes, I got it back.
People of New Brunswick are not mean-spirited. They're not cold politicians. But the reality is there may not be much political mileage in it for the Premier or the Justice Minister to do the right thing at this point. We have seen cases, sadly, in other provinces and dangerously close in New Brunswick. 10 or 12 years ago, there was an Aaron Walsh case where Mr. Walsh was also terminally ill, and at the very last moment, they gave him a small settlement so he had a little something to leave his family. But we have seen cases where they have literally outweighted the victims and allowed them to die. If Mr. Mailman and Mr. Gillespie were still in prison and dying privately behind a stone wall someplace, there probably would be no attention given to it. The fact that this is happening in public for us all to see is creating a bit of shame, and we're still talking about this almost a month after they were formally acquitted.
No, I can't think of a better reason to shame politicians if they're not going to actually admit their clear mistakes, which they've done, but do something to remedy that and at least compensate people for ruining their lives. Now, you're all too familiar with what happened to Mailman and Gillespie, having gone through this process yourself. Can you tell our audience what happened to you and why you're so committed to battling on behalf of people who are not guilty of the crimes that they've been convicted of?
As it happens, 34 years ago, I was serving a life sentence alongside Mr. Mailman and Mr. Gillespie in the same federal maximum security prison in northern New Brunswick. I had been convicted of a homicide back in the late 80s on the strength of doctors' opinion that my wife had been strangled. And it turns out, of course, that she had died accidentally from choking on some cereal.
Thank you.
And the medical misadventure was the kind term they put on it. When she went to the emergency room that evening, it was in the charge of a student doctor who had never intubated or put a breathing tube in a live patient before. He attempted it. He got it wrong. He put it into her esophagus, leading to her stomach rather than into her airway, and he sealed her fate. But he also sealed my fate. So it took 12 years from the time I was arrested until I had my conviction overturned and a retrial happened. But that's where I first met Mr. Mehlman and Mr. Gillespie, and that was 2 or 3 years before Innocence Canada was even formed. So I was doing jailhouse lawyer work for them, typing up some letters and trying to get some media attention. We were writing lawyers, we were writing politicians, we were writing private investigators and media. Because the media at that time did quite a good job in identifying the problems with them. They just couldn't get anybody to listen.
Right. Well, one of the things that I know Innocence Canada highlights is the fact that if this can happen to innocent men like yourself and Robert Mehlman and Walter Gillespie, it can happen to anyone, right? This is why this is such an important issue, that innocent people are being convicted of crimes they haven't done, and if we don't actually put an end to this, it can happen to anyone.
Well, I've only met you today, Harrison, but there's only you and I that are perfect. And some days, I got to confess, I'm not. I mean, we're all humans. We make mistakes. Our justice system is run by human beings, and they make mistakes. The problem is in the cover-up and the refusal to admit the possibility that they may have made a mistake. That not only leaves people like Mr. Mehlman, Mr. Gillespie, and myself in prison for something that they haven't done, it also allows, in Mr. Mehlman and Mr. Gillespie's case, it allows a murderer to get away with it. The St. John Police Force and the people who prosecuted Mr. Mehlman and Mr. Gillespie were probably unknowingly, but they were complicit in allowing someone to get away with the murder of George Lehman. And that's not what we expect from our justice system. We expect better. We deserve better. We can't expect perfection, but we should expect people to acknowledge that they make mistakes. And when they make mistakes, and what do you tell your kids? You make a mistake, you fess up to it, and you take it on the chin, whatever your punishment is, and you try and do better next time. You learn from your mistakes. We're seeing the Premier and the Attorney General in New Brunswick at the moment repeating mistakes that have been made in other jurisdictions and in New Brunswick 40 and 50 years ago, and still burying their head in the sand and ignoring it.
And I want to go back to the politician angle here. As you just said, the Premier of New Brunswick, the Attorney General, they're not trying to address this. They want to try and perhaps wait it out as it appears they're doing. But this issue doesn't seem to be an issue that politicians at any level want to really tackle or even address.
No, they don't.
You've been in this fight advocating for this. Have you noticed the same thing, that politicians just don't really care about this fault, this obvious fault in the justice system?
We always say there's not a lot of votes in justice.
Right.
We're a nonprofit organization, and we struggle with raising money to exist. So we're running around trying to fix the problems.
I'll find the link to
the privilege of doing it. And it's tough to raise money when you say you're getting people out of prison.
And put it on my tomorrow's blog if you want to donate to them.
So the same applies.
And I'll start I almost need to make a list of some of these people, organizations, if you want to help.
I think they're wrong to do that.
With some of these court cases, I should be just have it part of a regular script at the end, your signature at an email,
Very wrong.
Just start bringing some of these up.
Now that it's been demonstrated to the federal minister's satisfaction, to the Chief Justice's satisfaction,
because basically
never go to trial again. It's time.
They have lobbyists,
step up to the plate
but
and say, yes,
we are the public.
Not perfect. We get things wrong,
and we pay their wages. We are their bosses.
Case,
we need to start looking at government like we are your bosses, and you guys are fucking up.
The sad reality is,
if anyone
the day before he was acquitted,
basically they
living
worked it
halfway
out.
house.
Like, I think
He
it's
had a
like
better room than what he has now. He had better
Trudeau's
food.
been in
Didn't cost him as much.
in
And he had a
power
part-time
for
job
8
there. He was
years.
going around disinfecting
Two of the
surfaces and
one or two of
doorknobs
those
and
years
things
was
for COVID.
strictly
They gave him a couple $100 a week
vacations.
for doing that. He had some walking
Like, I'm
around
sorry,
money.
like,
He got
when was the
acquitted
last time you
for
took a
40-year-old
vacation?
homicide, and the next day had to
I
Google
I
him.
wanted to go to
He no
Port
longer has
Angeles
a half
before
decent
like
place to
this
live.
all
He's in a hovel,
happened.
and he lost his
You know,
part-time gig that he had. You know, at 80 years of age, after 40 years of mistreatment by
they have a
the
tour
country,
of Twin
we're all
Peaks, so you
responsible
can
for
go
that.
down and do a
That's no way to
tour
be treating
and
him either.
see all the locations from Twin
It's almost
Peaks.
it's almost sickening to hear that. To be
And
quite
you
honest
get
with
to
you. It's
stay in
just
like
horrible.
it's
Ron, before I let
pretty
you go,
damn
can you tell
cool.
us a little bit about how Canadians can learn more about Innocence Canada, where they can go, and where they can go to support
Which
this
one
group
is it?
doing this
I want
important
to
work?
find it now.
Just about every Canadian these days has one of these magic devices. They don't all have my grandson's picture on them, but you only have to Google Innocence Canada. Our website is innocencecanada.com. You'll find us there.
InnocenceCanada.com.
There's histories there about cases that we're working on. We currently have over 100 cases that we're working on. 75
Sorry,
of those
it's
are on
so
the
damn
industry
hard to
wait
type
list,
tonight.
because we have very
Like,
limited resources.
if people want to
We
talk,
only look at
I'll
homicide
open up the
cases.
panel, but
Only
I
look at
just
them after all their
typing
legal
is just
remedies have been
I can
exhausted,
type with
all
this
their
hand,
appeals,
but it's going to be really
they've gone
slow.
to the
Like
provincial
even just
appeal level,
scrolling
they've tried
through,
to get
it's
the Supreme Court
like
of Canada. When all else has failed, then we start
it's not
working
working.
on these. And sometimes, as in Mr. Millman and Mr. Gillespie's case, it's taken 20 years or more to unravel, get to the truth.
hmm
And now that we've arrived at the truth, there's people still burying their head and don't want to face the truth.
No,
Absolutely.
But look us up. We do good work. We can use all the help anyone can get, and even just talk us up.
thank you, True North, for highlighting stories like this that the mainstream legacy media will not cover.
But so is talking to somebody like you. Who
Oh God,
has an eye.
everything's. I don't know if it's
You've
the
got a
brace
public
cracking
user.
or my knuckles.
Well, absolutely, and we appreciate you coming on and talking to us about this. And I will have links to Innocence Canada in the description of this video wherever you're watching it, so you can scroll down and you can access ways to interact with Innocence Canada. Ron, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Wonderful interview. And I just want to say for the record, I don't pull up these clips to steal, like, none of this is monetized. If you want to give me donations, my link is in the description. I'm just trying to give them free advertising in the world of C18 and C11. Because I'm an artist, this is satire, and this is my opinion. I'm not saying I am right or wrong on anything I pull up, or a lot of times on my blog, I'm pulling up things I don't necessarily agree with. I just want to unpack. And other times it's like, cat videos. Do we have any cat videos? I think we could see animating this one. And I'm thinking for like Dark Horse, it might work. Just because it has that kind of like spooky, like her original video, like when I do them, it's like people will have a certain idea, but the one I do use for my intro, there is no official video for it, really. There's live performances, but they never did an official video for it. And sometimes I'll run across bands like that. Some of my favorite bands, they maybe get enough money to do like one or two off the album, but the rest of it, and that one I always love it, and I think it's for an introduction with the name audience too. It really, it fits for an introduction. And I'm going to try my closing time one Or, on my other YouTube channel, I used to do kind of like an intro and a closing. Just that way, if people were still in chat and stuff, they could like filter out. Like kind of like turning out the lights for the credits at the movie theater. But this is, I got to show you this. It is going to be the most amazing artwork. I just can't think of the music for it. Like having this little guy like spin around and do fire. Like that's, I only pull up so much at a time. And I've had all this like kind of horse dragon, and it's like the same girl because I happen to using the same prompt. So we'll see. And also put in comments if you think I should dye my hair back to red. I'm really on the fence about it. I might just try it. I can always like wear a wig or pull it back, throw on a hat.
There was a huge occupation here in Ottawa. It was increasingly violent. That's a lie. We were starting to hear language about weapons being in the trucks.
That was a lie.
There was an economic threat to Canada. There was
unless you call a Bible a weapon.
And they were using intimidation and violence and threat to ensure that the occupation persisted.
Are a liar. Capital L.
Okay, should I pull up what's going on in France right now? Because I was on a live stream. That's why I was late starting. Because, burning tires outside their parliament. I mean, we had...
You're watching government-funded news. CEO of the CBC, Catherine Tate, told the Commons Heritage Committee that it wasn't up to her whether or not she receives a bonus this year, while the broadcaster is laying off approximately 10% of its workforce. According to Access to Information records, the broadcaster paid out over $16 million worth of bonuses last year. That is just awful, taking a bonus while people are losing their jobs.
Yeah, I don't know.
My bonus though, I'm still getting that right.
She was already making almost $500,000 a year, but she gets a bonus. And that bonus? That's your tax dollars. That's why we want the CBC to fund it.
Segregated swimming.
It's too much
The
corruption.
university now offers dedicated swim times exclusively for Black Foal X, whatever that is, in part to reduce the stigma that Black people can't swim.
I've never had that. When I learned how to swim, there were Black kids in the pool. Like, it's Canada. Like, I don't know. Like, it's like, are we regressing?
You're
Like,
gonna have to swim 200 yards out into the ocean.
Come on, man. That's like the 8th swimming challenge, dog. When we gonna have a basketball challenge?
A new cabinet guide instructs federal employees to counter disinformation by telling the truth. They probably shouldn't need to be told that, but I'm not surprised. The guidebook says the aim of disinformation is to erode public trust in institutions, increase polarization, and deepen existing social divisions.
and meanwhile, we give $2 billion to the CBC for this corrupt
has
bitch.
said that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau
Wonderful.
accepted his free vacation valued at $84,000 from a true friend.
Like, this is
thus making the
bullshit.
gift
This is
accessible.
fucking bullshit.
Ain't their fucking buddy? How does he know they're true friends? True friends are hard to come by. The Conflict of Interest Act does not set a limit
I can
on the
think
size
of a
of
few
gift
ways.
a public
Maybe
office holder
with
can receive
maybe
from a
they were
friend, but
like
the commissioner said they
you
might
know.
have opened an investigation if the value had risen to the lavish level of something like a Ferrari. Yeah, nothing lavish about an $84,000 vacation.
No,
A procurement
because that's
watchdog
like
has found that 76% of listed ArriveCan
That's almost like-
subcontractors did no actual work.
that's just
creating the
ridiculous.
application.
Like,
This is obviously startling news,
Oh,
as
God.
most of us naturally expected that number to be much higher.
yeah.
Well, at least somebody got some nice whiskey out of the deal, right? Fucking crooks.
Politics is just all one big ass
It is
blast.
coastal.
It is.
Your ass blast.
It is
Well, that's it
one
for us
big
tonight.
ass
Thanks for
blast.
watching
That's
FU News, and remember that only we're
He is
equipped
brilliant.
to fight disinformation.
The public broadcaster remains the single most effective tool that we have as Canadians to combat this disinformation.
So if you get your news from anywhere else,
we paid $2 billion of tax money. This is basically communist propaganda. If they really were that trustworthy, take away the government funding and then see who sticks around. Because, a lot of us would for the CBC. We grew up with it. But when you have someone so corrupt, and I've watched this hearing probably more times than I want to admit, just because she is so obviously lying with her body language. It is disturbing. And also the liberal, people in their positions doing this kind of look at Christina Freeland, look at Trudeau. They will not answer a question because they know they're lying. You don't have to have a university and degree. And it's right in the center of your little gut that something is bad here. And I thought I had, I know what it is. I think there was, because I was getting chats on X, but now I'm not seeing them, but I didn't see it on my app, but I'm using a different app. So, oh my God, because there's two. I think one's the old one, one's the new one. And I sometimes the old ones it's nice and simple. You can just get your posts and follow them. Whereas the other one's the professional version. And it is just driving me nuts to try and learn it because I have so much on the go. I'll figure it out. And she's cute. I know her face looks a little distorted, but when I do turn them into animations, it actually makes them look like their eyes are moving. Some of this distortion is... And this chick is nuts. I'm sorry it's not a cat video, but it is a bee video.
There had to be 50,000 bees living in this shed floor. How do I know, you ask? I counted every one of them. You would never guess that this old Wallywatch shed floor was a treasure trove of honey and bees. I had quite the experience removing the shed panel and prying up the propolised floor. I used my magical bee powers to get the shed apart and turned
She really is a bee lady, no fear. A lot of people would just be so freaked out.
Once I had the shed floor,
but this is she really is the bee is her spirit animal.
Varieties of honeycomb from the previous season.
Holy crap. And you really actually can hold bees like this. You just can't have fear. And you have to just...
the full shed floor removal, head over to my YouTube channel.
And you have to be gentle, but also fearless. She is genuinely the bee whisperer. Okay. Libs of TikTok. One of these people is in our country illegally, beat up cops, and was released from jail without bail. The other is a former Marine who protected riders on a subway from a violent psycho, is facing criminal charges and was released on a $100,000 bail. Democrats soft on violent crime and no bail policies action. And this was
clip you're about to watch is from an interview that took place in 1959. The
this
woman
is
in it is Ayn Rand, the author of Atlas Shrugged, a book that progressives literally cannot stand.
Yes, this is why I'm pulling this clip. Just to trigger you. Because you're so easily triggered. Let's do this.
If the government is not permitted to force, if you will, by vote, taxation.
When you admit
that you want to take money by force from someone and ask me how are we going to build hospitals or roads, you admit that someone is producing the money, the wealth that will make those roads possible. Now you have no right to tell the man who produced the wealth in what way you want him to spend it. If you need his money, you can obtain it only by his voluntary consent.
Well said. Yeah, just say no to communism, kids. It's going to go bad. Oh, Carl Weathers, a former NFL linebacker who became a Hollywood action movie and comedy star, playing nemesis turned ally Apollo Creed in the Rocky movies, facing off against Arnold Schwarzenegger in Predator, and teaching golf in Happy Gilmore, has died. He was 76. And you know what? He was brilliant. Ooh, that's a space. And this is Christina Anderson. And it is a brilliant discussion. Hopefully it's still up there. Sometimes I never know. This is...
Numbers go up to the windows upstairs. That's the son's room.
A series of bullet holes can be seen across the front of this house near 154th and 28th Avenue in Surrey. Police evidence markers showing at least a dozen bullet holes, and the
Just to
back
be
of
clear,
this
it's
white
Surrey.
Tesla parked in the driveway
This is not
shattered.
so. This
Inside
is
the house, bullet holes through the window of this room, which
nuts.
Maninder Singh with the BC Gurdwaras Council says is the bedroom of the owner's 6-year-old son.
Up to 20 plus shots fired into his home, including up to 2 feet away from his 6-year-old.
Once again, it's Surrey, BC. This is like, it's a different, it might as well be a separate country. Same with Richmond. Yeah, this is,
according to Singh, a close friend of slain Surrey
there's a
Temple
reason I
leader
live on the
Hardeep Singh
island.
Nijjar.
He was actually just in his living room right there.
Multiple bullets hitting the front door as well. Grant Christie lives across the street from the house. He says he was woken up.
This is
to what he
interesting.
believes
Yeah, and
were
of course,
gunshots.
CBC are communist propaganda, fuelers. Like,
jump out of bed and you look out your window.
like if we're paying $2 billion, how much money would that be for every Canadian?
Ever happened in this
Even
neighborhood
the
before.
illegals.
Let's hope that it doesn't escalate.
And
but
maybe if they did good news, we could
20 years.
spend that money
I
back.
saw a couple little kids leaving the house at 2 in the morning.
I don't think we need it to show national identity. I think we know who we are as Canadians, and we're sick of having the government spoon feed us.
Singh says the family believes the two shootings are related, but police are
Well,
not confirming
why
any links to
leave this
Nijjar,
on your
whose
fucking
death
shore?
Prime
And I'm
Minister
sorry, I'm not
Justin
trying to be
Trudeau
racist,
alleges
but
has connections
or
to the Indian
culturalist,
government.
but
We are aware of the speculation
This
that's going
is-
on social media right now. What's
this
being
is like
posted,
a gang
I can tell
war
you that we're
that's
working
been
with the
brought
family very
over.
closely, and
I
they are
lived on the
cooperating with
Lower
us.
Mainland.
Police are
I
urging
lived in
anyone with
Cloverdale.
information to come
There
forward.
were parts of Surrey
Noah
you
Hamilton,
didn't want to
CBC
go in.
News,
And
Surrey.
it was just a mess over on the Lower Mainland. It was. Like it was like when I lived there, it was what, 2007, 2008, like just September to March. And oh man, it was like I'd be out, with my friend, and he's like, "This is a bad part of town," and I'm like, "We're in the middle of the fucking country." And then all of a sudden, it's like, he's like, "Just watch," and we'd park somewhere, and all of a sudden, people would just start like coming out of the trees and behind, like it looked like an empty space in the country, and then all of a sudden, like it was like drug zombies before all the fentanyl crisis. It was scary. It was like, I can't imagine what it's like now. Like, oh man, I'm so glad I live on the island. Just sorry everyone in Vancouver, but the city isn't the same. And I thought that was interesting. I've been comparing different videos on stuff. And I gotta pull this one. I just pull them all the time, and as much as I love like a happy animal video, I think we have a bigger zoo.
And we're back. Welcome to the Pierre Apple Podcast, episode 3.
Beautiful.
With our honored guest, Tucker Carlson. Welcome, my good sir. Also with us, Daniel Smith. Welcome, my friend. On the other side, we have Justin Trudeau. Welcome back.
I always love how he's like in like the little high chair and just.
And lastly, I'm sorry.
And
guys.
they always do the
Your
little
name already.
punching. It's so hilarious.
Lastly,
Like they're frogs.
Larry, Curly, and Mo.
Ah, now you get the joke.
Okay, let's start with Trudeau. Go ahead, Trudeau. You said you had some concern.
Thank you, Pierre. I am deeply, deeply concerned about the safety of my MPs. I was informed that Daniel Smith wanted to snipe Stephen Diebold with a .50 caliber. That is uncalled for. Canadian knows I am against this. I did not get the full detail, so Stephen, please inform Canadian what happened yesterday. Please go ahead, Stephen. Tell us about the political violence that you experienced yesterday.
I mean, this goes beyond me and the fact that I was targeted last night at this event. This increases political violence against everyone who runs for office in this country, whether they're doing it at the municipal level, at the provincial level, or at the federal level.
Okay. Daniel Smith, welcome to the show. Please tell us your side of the story.
Thank you. First off, congratulations on your podcast. Is he kidding me? Here is what I actually said.
I wish you would put Stephen Guilbeault in your crosshairs as your. Is he an engineer?
He's an environmental zealot. What political violence are you talking about?
Well, to put a target on someone's back, for example.
Anyone with a brain would have recognized that's a metaphor. I meant Tucker should roast him.
You gotta be kidding me. You guys are really desperate. Come on, Trudeau. This is what you're talking about?
Oh, sorry, Pierre. I did not know this is what they're talking about.
One.
You guys have made me look bad for the last time. Be gone, out of my sight.
But it was you who told us to do it, boss.
What? No, that's a lie. Out of my sight.
But we don't feel safe leaving, boss. She said she wanted to roast us in a barbecue.
I said, be gone, out of my sight. Sorry about that, Pierre. I had no idea they were, lying. Let's change the subject, please.
You expect anybody to believe you? No one's gonna believe you. That's political violence. Chrystia Freeland's fart is more political violence than that.
Yeah, tell me about it, Pierre. She broke my chair one time. I remember. It was my first day as a PM. She wanted to try out my PM chair. So I said okay. Then suddenly, all I heard was a loud squeak and wood snapping sound. I turned around. There she was, on the floor, and my chair was in 5 different pieces.
That's political violence.
Let's change the subject, please.
Okay. It seems that you don't like Tucker Carlson being in Canada, so I want to take this opportunity to hear from both sides of stories. Let's start with Tucker Carlson. Welcome to the show. Go ahead, sir. Let's hear your side.
Someone told me last night, I was talking to someone, to one of your countrymen at dinner last night, and Justin Trudeau, who I've never met, though I know his cousin Gavin Newsom, but he's so ridiculous. He's so transparently phony. I mean, I'm mesmerized watching him. And so my very obvious, as a foreigner, question at dinner was, does anyone believe him?
Don't be silly. Of course people believe me. For example, my mom, Jagmeet Singh, and of course, my favorite cousin, Gavin Newsom, and don't forget Nancy Pelosi. And oh boy, do I have a few words for Tucker. I don't appreciate Tucker being in Canada because he's very mean to me and Chrystia.
Because I knew Chrystia Freeland when she, was a journalist at the Financial Times, whose name shall forever live in infamy for employing her. And I remember even then thinking, this woman is not bright at all. But her self-esteem was literally unassailable. It was bomb-proof. There was like nothing you could do to shake it. Nothing. No amount of evidence of her stupidity and wrong decisions and idiotic views could dissuade her from the core belief that she was awesome and you were not. So I guess I shouldn't be totally shocked that she's helping to run and destroy your country.
And this really, really makes Chrystia upset. She gets upset because you have a US bank account. That drives her crazy that she can't freeze your bank account.
Chrystia Freeland is wise enough, clever enough, in her serpent-like way, to make it all about your protection and safety.
And Tucker Carlson, he's not Canadian. He doesn't know what a Canadian is. So he shouldn't mock us at all. I'm the Prime Minister.
Because I do think it's hard there's a culture of
This is so brilliant.
And of modesty here, clearly.
This is so brilliant.
And I think it's hard for Canadians to sort of mock someone else.
And I thought we did have chat on X, and I'm really sorry.
But now is the time for mockery.
I know there's chat on Rumble.
It is. You are.
Maybe I was thinking of Rumble
led
chat, but
by buffoons
no, I
in
did
costume.
see X chat.
You really are.
Oh my! What am I fucking up on?
Chrystia Freeland, fascist midget, and
I'll figure it out. Sorry,
and
it just
Justin Trudeau, perky little Justin Trudeau.
I'm trying to do like
Those are
so
your
many
leaders,
things at
okay?
once, and
And if
I
you
don't
can't
need-
laugh in their faces, if your first response is,
X
how do I
will
get
be
to
what
a
it
place
is.
where you, who I wouldn't hire to clean my pool, is running my country? Get out of here, freak! Go back to your costume party. Laugh in their faces. Nothing is more empowering to you and more disempowering to them than laughter.
Yeah.
Because the one thing
I
they
keep
want
saying
is to
on
be
X.
taken serious.
I have
These
kept
are
saying
broken
like
people. These are hollow
you people have no sense
who are
of humor.
desperate for power
You are
because there's nothing
so
else inside.
angry.
And oh boy,
You
do
can't
I
even
have
laugh.
a few words for Tucker. I don't appreciate Tucker.
How sorry, Trudeau.
It's ridiculous. Like I'm just.
Thank you for watching.
I
Peter
do
Apple
satire.
Podcast.
It's like it's not always
If you wanna
supposed to be
see more
funny,
episodes,
but you
please
don't need
hit
to
the
get your
subscribe
panties in a
button.
twitch about
Let's
it.
help and grow this channel together. This one-of-a-kind Canadian content. It's one small clip for
Definitely, you can
but a
find
really big deal to me. Thank you.
bluecryptomeria.gold. .gold is a real
This
domain,
weekend, our family will join millions
and
of Christians in
you
Canada
can find
and
all the
around
links
world
on my
to
website.
celebrate the resurrection of
Here,
Jesus Christ.
I'll post it just because, like, and this way too. Like, you might have seen a program, and then all of a sudden it's disappeared from YouTube or somewhere, so you can still find the links to what I've been sharing. And I think it helps. It's like free advertising for them. Like, it's not right away money. Like you get that super chat on YouTube. So, like, oh yeah, there's $5 coming in or $10 or whatever. But it helps generate other streamers because, these archives go back years. So, and people from other countries definitely discover my blog on WordPress. It's actually amazing seeing the stats of the countries who are just, which I love. Like, I know there is, like, I haven't figured out how to exactly, I think if I wanted to, just offer them like, hey, I'm live streaming here now and see who shows up. Like, because I try and like and follow, anyone on WordPress. Like, even if I don't agree with their position, at least they're putting it out there themselves, and we've started having I found this really cool daily prompt community, and it helps you just get in the habit of writing. It is, so it's like every day there is a challenge and some days it's so much work to put together all the AI art, all the clips, and work a job and just try and be a normal human being. Like a lot of these companies have whole tech teams for what I'm trying to pull off, and it is just coming organically. It's not like, and eventually I have to hire someone who is really good with WordPress to fix my site, because I spent 60 hours doing everything and I was so proud of myself, and 2 weeks later the whole template was discontinued, but I'm still running on the old one just because it's okay, well, it's sort of like a car where it's like my website is like the Blues Brothers car websites. For .gold, I really should be doing better, but it's so I don't have the time to fix a lot of things. I don't know what I need to do, and I don't want to fuck it up. I mean, if it's running, we'll get her there with one headlight. Yeah, we will. But it's just, oh my goodness. That was a long one. Oh boy, here we go. The big controversy in Canada, because she said truth. And everyone knows, I love the ladies. I love the men. I love people being themselves. But we need to start protecting kids, because this is a real slippery slope into the loss of parental rights, and also we're not protecting kids. And I'm sorry, there are no trans kids. There are no vegan cats. And that is from Blair White, who is transgender and has kids. And it's I made this choice as an adult. I always knew it, but, we cannot let this happen to kids. And I get concerned on X because, or the whole, I get concerned because it's no, kids can't pick up a gun, get a tattoo, go to the store. Hey, oh my God, imagine all the taxes BC would get if 6-year-olds could buy alcohol and cigarettes. And I see BC because, they can determine their gender. So obviously they can drive a car. Recruitment is down from the military, and the whole housing crisis in the military wouldn't matter because they're still living with their parents. Oh my God, they could totally and it's hard for adults to fit into some of these tanks and vehicles and everything. But these kids, we could, you can cram 5 tiny people into some of the newer tanks comfortably. 5 very uncomfortably, because they're designed smaller. But you could cram 10 kids in there. It's like that Gorillaz video. I almost want to play it, but I would get such a copyright strike. Maybe like if I do an after hours or something like, on another stream, because you play music on YouTube. You talk about the weather. You talk about anything. You get in so much trouble. And lately I have been hearing about animal abuse cases. Like people like literally abusing animals just for the views. Because the system YouTube has right now is a popularity contest. So everyone has that in their heart, oh my God, and then there was a case. I either brought it up or it's coming up. Chick was like openly. And this went on for months. I play like 10 seconds of a music and I get a week ban. But meanwhile, this chick was, and there is so much more. What can you do?
Alana Smith, Globe and Mail. You've spoken passionately
and this
about
is CTV. I'll probably get a strike, but they get kickbacks on my taxes as well.
In your own words, not using them as a political football. In November, you made clear you wanted to strike a balance on parental rights. The parental rights policies here are more aggressive than any other province.
Everyone in Canada supports it, except for a small group.
Well, we know that we have to preserve the rights of kids to be able to make decisions as adults. I think that we've seen other jurisdictions.
That's what it's about. And I know it's hard for... I know it all. I'm a teenager.
In the fall,
sorry, maybe I'm getting old, but
we've been watching.
This is not a bad tattoo. This is not a bad tattoo. I'm not trying to be a bitch. This is not a bad tattoo.
Over the last number of years, we've been monitoring it very closely. And we wanted to make sure that we struck the right balance so that kids are not making irreversible decisions when they may not be mature enough.
You can't put your breasts back on if you get them off.
I'm not sure what the balance is.
And trust me, I was so flat
when you begin
as a kid.
Health consequences
I didn't even need transition. I was just
higher risk of osteoporosis, so there's a need to have low intensity.
Yes. You need puberty as a woman. I'm sorry. I know you want to be a boy, but there is nothing also wrong with being a tomboy.
That, of course, has implications for sex and for
fertility. And if you decide to do that,
we start down this pathway,
totally cool with it. Do it when you're 18. Give yourself a chance to build up your heart, because when you're my age, you won't even be alive. And I'm not saying that as a curse, as your anti-fairy godmother, but this is biology. This is science. This is real science. You need puberty as a woman to build up your heart, build up your bones. I had a friend who was 20. She cracked her knee like an 80-year-old woman, but I didn't even know she'd been on puberty blockers. They took her off them because they hurt her heart so bad. And she actually was lucky in time because she stopped, because the medical community at the time stopped her.
Kids are able to make those decisions.
She has 2 kids now and is a gorgeous woman, and nobody cares she's a tomboy.
And I want to make sure that remains strong, because
I hate using the word gender fluid, but I used to use the term gender fluid with me. Now it means a different thing.
we have to make sure that
It just-
we have that balance of making
Okay,
sure
maybe
families
it's not
are
like
supported,
gender
but also
fluid I
making sure that
am.
the child
I'm
is able
just
to
like,
become
I
who
don't
they're
give a
meant to be.
fuck.
So those are the reasons why I
But
felt
I
we need
do
to
when it
put
comes
some of
to
these guidelines in
medical
place. I'm also
sterilization
observing
of
around the
children.
world, there really
Call
is
it
a
what
lot
it
of
is.
divergence in the medical community about when
It
the right
is
time
disturbing.
is for these things. In the absence of providing guideposts, it really is going to be just up to the individual doctor, and we just don't think that that's the environment
No.
that we
No,
should be
we
having
need
here.
to
We should
set these
be
laws
very clear
now.
about when a child is able to commence hormone therapy. That'll be at age 16 with parental and psychologist and doctor approval.
You know what? And
very
I'm
clear
fair
about
with
when they
that.
can
I
make
started
permanent,
university at
irreversible
17,
changes to their
but this is
their
different
body
than
in
what's
top
going
and
on.
bottom surgery, and that'll be 18 and above. So I think
This
we've
is
struck the right
like
balance here.
6-year-olds to 12-year-olds,
sporting
and that is wrong.
associations receive
We need to
funding
set
from the
clear
provincial
rules or kids are
Will there
going
be
to
a
get
financial
abused.
incentive for them to act in the spirit of this
It is going to get
family-friendly
bad.
policy?
We
Well, I
can't
would say
do
that
this.
we want to make sure that every
And this is
individual
fair.
has a ability to
This is
participate in a competitive way in their
very
sport. And there
clear,
already are a
simple,
lot
and
of
in
divisions
line
in sport,
with-
whether co-ed or gender neutral. And
with
we
the
want to
rules of
maintain that.
Canada,
But we also know that
also
there are
aligning
some
with our
sports
criminal
where
code.
the physical differences make a difference. And so in those cases, we do want to have biological women, women who are born biologically female, have the choice of being able to participate in a biological female-only category while still preserving the gender-neutral categories and co-ed opportunities, so that everyone has the ability to participate. So we've been there are many sporting organizations who have been asking for this clarity. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to work through and provide options for everyone. So my Minister of Tourism and Sport is going to be commencing that discussion. But I'm from the feedback that we're getting, I think that this
I'm just going
this
to
is going to be
pause this
welcomed
for
by
a
several
second.
sports.
I'm just going to pause this for a second because
Words from the Canadian press.
not
You've talked a lot.
not
about
just I
that
don't want a copyright strike, but also we have very clear rules in the criminal code, and all of these new gender diversity things are actually going not against the criminal code, but the Charter of Rights. Like, people say, oh, well, kids need freedom. Actually, well, okay, sure. Then let's get these little brilliant people into tanks, and because war is coming. And I feel like, I think partly I get frustrated sometimes because we're focused on this and not like, hey, Russia's just like right there, but our priorities are the Ukraine and and tampons in the men's bathrooms. This is great.
having a non-binary.
At least we got
member.
our tax
How much
dollars
did your
straight.
discussions with
No
them
wonder
and
we're
other
double in debt.
non-binary individuals
Trudeau
especially
has
to
bankrupted the
tap into
country
this
to live like a king,
I've been,
and it needs to end.
consulting with members of the transgender
And
community since the
here
last
is the
time I was
line.
in politics, and
Alberta.
one of the constant things that I hear is how difficult
I'm from
it is
Alberta.
to get connected with
We're
somebody
just
who understands
raised by
transgender
wolves
medicine,
and don't
the
fuck
need
with
for
us.
ongoing hormone therapy, and managing the health conditions that come from being on a lifetime of hormone
Yeah.
therapy. I met with Lois Cardinal, who, as you may know, felt that she was rushed into bottom surgery and is having consequences.
It's actually
of that.
really
Her great
disturbing.
frustration is that there hasn't been appropriate medical aftercare for that. And so those are the kind of things that I was struck by, is how can we make sure that those who make the choice to go down this pathway to affirm their new identity have the physical support that they need through that process, have doctors who are trained in the type of medicine, have the ability to have those surgeries in province. Right now, we send those individuals to Quebec, and we just don't have the same level of ability to do aftercare. And so we want to attract somebody into our province. We're working on that right now, who can do the surgeries here, so the aftercare can be done here. And we also want to develop a registry of doctors who are able to provide this type of treatment long term, so that nobody has to guess whether or not the doctor is educated enough to be able to provide them the care. So I would say that I've been very influenced over many years, talking to many individuals in the transgender community and helping to develop that approach.
I talked to a legal expert who said that parental rights are not really a thing in Canada. Children's rights are. They're enshrined in the Charter. How confident are you that these new policies won't violate the Charter and the Canada Health Act as well if you're reducing access to services?
Well, I guess I'll have the lawyers debate that out, but my understanding is that it's pretty well understood that parents are principally responsible for their children up to and including age 15. At age 16 or 17, that's of course when kids develop a little bit more autonomy, and we do have children along that spectrum able to make different types of decisions, and they don't become able to make fully adult decisions on a lot of things until they're 18. So this is why you see in our policy that 16 and 17 is the point at which they can begin the process with input from parents. There is also, of course, there has been legal jurisprudence around the issue of mature minors. So I'm sure that there's a case law that can be drawn on this. It's fairly rare to be established as a mature minor. So I think that the practice is that we can rely on parents to be able to provide for their kids.
I think there is a line. I'm going to just pause this for a second because she hit on a very important point. Like, I would be hypocritical if I was saying right now a 17-year-old couldn't determine their future. Yes, you are going to make dumb decisions. But I started university when I was 17. So I can't, and then it's like, oh my God, my mom, I just had my wisdom teeth removed, and she literally packed my room, her and my sister, okay, you're going to university, bye-bye. It's great. Yeah. I didn't need to go to court of law to be a mature minor. I had straight A's and honors. I was going to university, and oh my God, my first concert, I can say this now, was Spirit of the West. And my friends, they took me into the beer garden. And they were and then they realized how young I was, and they're like, oh shit, this, what do we do? It's almost like the wolves in Ice Age. They're I had a lot of friends, just because when you start university that young, people are oh crap, this is going to get us in so much trouble because you're how are you even here? Straight A student. I wasn't taking science. I was taking costumes and art and studying art and media. And oh my God, my degree is expensive, but it's all paid for. And I'm so excited about the blankets I'm going to be doing. I love the screen, but I actually I have a project, and I'm going to line up all my Rainbow Bright and brush them out. Just do something weird and creepy on stream. And just Jen, she is moving on to Rumble exclusively deporting migrants for driving under the influence. So 150 people in the Democratic Party in the States voted no, we shouldn't deport them. Meanwhile, like 274 were like, no, we should deport them. This is a bad idea. Like, how is this, like, you shouldn't even have to ask these questions. Oh, this is exactly
the policies that are being pursued don't even suffice
you
to
can scroll
service
back,
the goals that are hypothetically trumpeted by the formulators of the policies themselves.
Full
it's
interview
a bloody
on my
miracle
blog
of stupidity and blindness.
I've given this so much thought because so many people have asked me why would they do this? It doesn't make sense. Explain it. Why would you come after the most
I'm gonna have to go
hardworking
somewhere
sector,
with like
most
free
lucrative
Wi-Fi
sector,
and just
the
take
people
my
that provide you with
risks
food?
with the VPN.
Why would you shut down your nuclear plants if you are to import electricity for I don't know how much more the price?
I'll figure it out.
Why? And I think it was
love
Carl
her.
Jung
She
actually
is
who said if you
amazing.
can't understand
Meanwhile, in
someone's
France,
actions, you have to look at the consequences and infer the motive. And that's what I've done with all of this. If the consequences of their policies are that we become poorer, we, not they, obviously, but we, if we become poorer, we become more dependent on them. We basically essentially would starve if this is put through, and we don't have the financial means anymore to import our food. And, I don't know, God forbid a disaster happens, we've outsourced everything, we could be in real trouble. Well, if those are the consequences, then apparently that's the motive. Maybe I've become too cynical, but I find it very difficult to explain it any other way, because this is not a one-time mistake. These people are the net zero scam, and I would really call it a scam. Is something
it's
that
a criminal scam.
Yes.
It's
it's like, oh my God.
scam.
I was just on X with Jordan Peterson and YouTube
and the government
the
and
climate
the people
scam.
Are supposed to
Oh my
represent
God.
us,
This is
talking about
this is
democracy,
gonna go so
liberal
bad.
democracy and all. If
Well,
those people turn
if-
their backs on their
you
own
can always
population,
find me on
and
other
not just turn their backs, but
platforms.
actively again go against their interests and
Fuck,
allow
this
them
is like
essentially
so
if things
meta.
go
This
wrong,
is like
to
one of
become
those
poor and to
Deadpool
starve.
moments.
And
Like
I can't see.
it's like I'm not even floating over. I'm like, is my oven on? I'm like,
It's worse
oh
than
my
that,
God,
Ava.
I
It's worse than that,
like,
even, because
oh God,
I was
this is
speaking
like
with someone
so
the other day, one of my
bad.
podcast
This is
guests,
so
who said that their
bad.
sampling
It's
has
like,
indicated that young people now
why did
think
I
about
do
the climate apocalypse
this?
3 or
Why
4
did I
times
do
a day.
this?
Right? They're
I
literally
didn't
obsessed
plan
by it, and we know
this.
perfectly well
I don't.
that
Everyone
that
who watches me
demoralizing
knows
insistence that all human striving
my
is
whole,
planet
like,
destroying,
10
you know,
viewers.
patriarchal ambition and has to be
5
brought to a halt.
like,
Not only does it risk
3.
economic catastrophe,
Whatever.
really
I don't
right
care.
down to the fundamental
It's Saturday
level in the
night.
way
I
that
hope
we've
you're
been
having
describing, but it's
fun
also
and doing
demoralized an
something.
entire
This is-
generation of people and made them afraid, terrified, like Chicken Little, that the sky is falling, even when the IPCC itself, who are hypothetically the people that, you know, are on top of the appropriate data, have indicated nowhere in their documentation that we're facing anything approximating a true emergency. And so,
No, we ain't.
well, and so
We
that
ain't.
does
It's
beg
called
the
weather.
question, as you said, you know, just exactly what the hell's going
Weather.
on. And I think that your method of inferring
It's
the motivation is actually the case. I
Weather
think the
doesn't start
proximal
with the C.
cause is the
But
fact that
I
just
start
as in
with the
Nazi
C.
Germany, let's say, that any old mid-level
And I like
cash
could
ratchet himself
crypto.
up the hierarchy by
Bad jokes,
identifying,
bad jokes.
at least in principle, with the overarching Nazi ideology. It's absolutely the case with these
Whoa,
bureaucrats
yeah.
who bear no immediate economic consequences
He is
for the idiocy
actually.
of their
He
actions.
talks so
If they
fast,
put
but
forward this
I
green
mean,
agenda and they're celebrated by their idiot peers
I
for
think
doing
he
so,
like trained
that's
for an
definitely
auction
good
or
in the
something
immediate
at one
present for
point
their
in
career
time.
development and their, you know, their self-aggrandizing
Yeah.
moral proclamations of
Oh, yeah.
virtuous self. And in the aggregate, we get exactly this sort of thing. Anthony, what consequences do you think that these protests are going to have had. Let's start with that. What consequences have they had?
Well,
And what do you think is going
let
to
me
unfold?
just-
Because this is a relatively
let's
new
just
government
find
in Germany,
one.
and it isn't obvious to me that it's going to fall apart
Oh
in
my
consequence
goodness.
as the
I don't
government
know
in
if
the
it's still
Netherlands did.
live. We'll
Certainly,
see.
the Canadian government sailed right through the
It's
trucker
kinda like
protest as if it
nutty.
never even happened, and the probability that Justin Trudeau is going to rule with his velvet fist for the next year appears to be extremely high. So what do you think is going to happen in Germany as a consequence of these protests?
Oh, here it is. I might get a strike for this one, but let's just put some of this in.
We had our finance minister on stage today, and it was obvious he didn't learn anything about our actions we did.
No.
But what we already achieved is that we are, like I said in the beginning, so united. Like I honestly never.
I'm gonna pause this. Hopefully, Okay. I almost need a notebook so I can remember what number and clip I'm on. Just like mental screenshot. Okay. No, I just want to see where speaking of protests. Dankeschön. No, this is nuts. I'm gonna have to just be really careful how much I pull up, but it's not being covered on Canadian media. We have such C11 and C18 has impacted the Canadian internet. Right now, every Canadian citizen is being regulated with all of their internet. And you know who gets the final decision? It's Trudeau. It's the Liberals. And right now, the NDP will not call a vote of no confidence because Jagmeet Singh is just greedy as fuck, rolling in the bucks, and trying to do propaganda for a foreign government. I'm sorry, but if you are Indian and wearing a turban and you're not allowed in India, we might have a problem in government. If you are an eco-terrorist like Stephen Guilbeault, who scaled Crazy Eyes, like he scaled the CN Tower, yet he is the environmental minister. And then you have Christina Freeland, who, I'm from Alberta. You kind of grow up with her and you think wow, this is really cool. I like journalism. And then you find out about her family. I'm like, oh my God, we were trying to take you out in World War II because you don't do that to people. I'm sorry. Part of the problem. And she actually she keeps pretending oh, I'm just I'm trying to be all average and just I take my kids on bikes and I canceled their Disney Plus because it just I don't like joy in my life or anyone else's life. It's just not fair to me because I'm laundering so many monies for the Ukraine. Sorry. I'm trying to work on her voice for an animation. Hey, if you're gonna troll someone, do it good. It's gonna take me a while.
Never thought we could be. If I said that, I mean.
No. Sorry, I was so
80%,
distracted. Oh my God, I'm pulling up the wrong clip. I forgot I didn't stop it. Just give me a minute. I'm not used to retail work. Basically, I walk for 8 hours. Like and lift heavy things. So it's not quite like this though. Not quite like this. Let's see if this falls. Oh yeah, welcome to France. If anyone knows how to protest, it is Paris. No, this is like, holy crap. I might get a strike for this, but I'll still be on other platforms. This is nuts. Like, but my family comes from farming, so I just hello, the smell of napalm in the morning. You can't take away people. Like, this is when you drive people to this level, there is a problem in government. And I mean, Canada, we had bouncy castles and street, like, we really are the softest generation of Canadians. We're like kittens. Like, I keep thinking of that movie Red, and it's like, why would you let a kitten have a gun? Like, whatever. It's a bad joke. It's a bad joke. I know, like, there's going to be lefties offended. Am I getting a strike? Nope. Still good. Still good. Yeah. Because this is nuts. Holy crap. But I watched, like, years, like, of the protests in France. And they really know, as a culture, how to do them up. This is nuts. Like, imagine the smell. Okay, I'm just going to pause this for a second. Can I pause this? Can I pause you? Yes. And I'm trying to pull up some of the chat. Sorry, it's not bigger. I don't know if people really are interested in that. But this is nuts. Like, and imagine how bad this smells. Because they're not just burning tires, they're burning manure at the same time. I mean, this is like straight out of like Marine, like, it's just, this is because they're taking away so many of their rights. And farmers, they need to stand up. Like, I hate to say it, but it's, unless we get a new government in Canada, we are fucked for food. And we have, like, what are we saving what are we doing? Because we could be sustainably feeding the planet, or at least the whole country. Like, imagine, like, it's just such a monopoly with everything. And, like, when you are getting carbon taxed out of your farm, it's like, well, I still own the land, but I can't make food for people. Like, during the SARS and everything after 9/11, you know, the whole mad cow scare, my family did ranching. So well, not really ranching. They had, you know, homesteading. You know, well, they had 9 kids. You need a lot of, like, I still love cows. But it got so expensive after that because the U.S. border shut down. And my Uncle Jesse, God bless his soul, was saying, like, what do you even do? Like, it was costing him $10,000 a month to feed cows. You know, because the border was shut and everything. And he's like, they're expensive pets, but there wasn't any connection to our farm or what was going on. But at the same time, when you can't do anything. But he wouldn't give up his cows. Sorry. Like, he'd be proud of me for standing up, you know? And this is getting nuts. Holy is this live? Sorry. Holy crap. Is this live? Sometimes I don't know if these are replays or live. I live in the Matrix. Dang. Shit's about to get real, I think. Holy crap. No, I don't know what's going on. I really hope I don't get a strike, but but it is France. It is Paris. Like, some of the protests I've seen over the years, oh my God. Like, I don't know how long I watched the Yellow Vest protests or Portland or any of them. I just, like, I got to a point, like, you hit like 100 days, 72 days, like 80 days on a protest. You're just like, what are we? I don't even know anymore. Okay, we're just gonna like hang out and bird things in Paris. That's great. Or Portland. That's great. Or Seattle. That's great. And right now, this just is... It's not my monkeys, not my circus. Not my monkeys, not my circus. I'm not making money off this. I am trying to, like, if this is live, then holy crap. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here is why you invoke the Emergency Act. Not over fucking bouncy castles. Like, but you know what? You see Trudeau and Macron, like, they like, you know, French boys. They like the Frenching. This is like, I don't know if this footage is today and live or a recap. I'm hoping I don't get a strike. But holy crap. No. Here Trudeau. Here's like maybe like, but at the same time, this is Paris. They have, like, the French have a tradition of protesting. Canadians, we really don't. Like, if we actually set up a convoy to, like, just, and then, like, troll parliament with bouncy castles and street hockey, and this is nuts. This can't be real. Like I really don't know if this is old footage or new footage. But holy crap. Sorry, and there's a lot of good people in this chat. It's here, I'll post the link. If you want to go into their chat, like, just and show love for the farmers, you know, it does actually get back to them. I know it doesn't, it's a YouTube live stream, but holy crap. What the fuck are we gonna see? Oh my god. I gotta, like, change the format, though. Come on. Computer mode? No. No, that's not it. You stupid thing. Sorry. No, now it's even gonna go worse. Please don't go worse. Oh, it's full screen. That's why. I am so blonde. Oh my god. I'm like, where's the chat? I can't see it. No. Okay. What do people want to see? Like the full screen of this? Or I don't know. This is like, holy crap. Okay, like I kind of want to pull it up like the full screen, like there we go. Is this? No, that's not even. Holy crap. I'm sorry, like after 2 years after the Truckers, seeing this one is like, we were like, they weren't burning tires in all of Canada. We weren't doing this, so it's like, but this is like how the French protest. It is like, I think it's like part of their traditions, like wine at lunch. You just don't question some things. Like, we wouldn't protest like this in Canada, like, but over there it's like, yeah, that's one every so often it's gonna happen. God, I wish I could get that volume up. I'm sorry. This is nuts. Oh my god. This can't be live. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry to Crux. Like, I just, like, I'm just trying to unpack what I'm even seeing, because I've been watching protests like this for years, and this one is, I've never seen one like this. And when you get the farmers out, that's, let them eat crickets, you know? Holy crap. Love you, Jesse. This is like, there is a big part of me that hopes this is like AI and generated, and I'm not actually, or it's like old footage, then everything's back to normal. But you know what? Good on you, farmers. And the French. And I think it's part of their traditions. Like, is that gunfire? Like, or just, hey man, good on you, farmers. Good on you, farmers. Like, if you don't have food, you don't live. What are you gonna do? Eat crickets? And unless you were like St. John the Baptist, I would not recommend you eating crickets. Like, there is really important reasons they're doing this protest. Just saying. Holy crap. Is that like, was that gunfire? Like, or is it just like the tires exploding? That would smell so gross there, because they're not just burning tires, they're burning manure. And if you've been on a farm, it ain't fun. That would smell so gross there. But if people are willing to do this because they are so scared, like, and farmers are like, it's like truckers in Canada and our farmers. Like, how do you, like, I keep asking people sometimes, like, where do you think food comes from? It doesn't just come magically from the grocery store, you know, and it's just like, poof, it's there. It's like, no, there is a process. People have to, like, farm. So, and if you are trying to go on this green agenda of weirdness and extortionate taxes in Canada for our farmers, not just on fertilizer, and the government is trying to put in limits on some of my previous blogs. You might not be able to find them on YouTube, but the link should still be on my website, about, they were setting up like secret cameras in Saskatchewan fields. And it's like, okay, let me just say something. You got big farms, big homesteads in the prairies, but you know where every freaking rock is, because like some of those are like, you know what is you, and also you generally do surveil your whole property. So when you start noticing like weird little cameras and stuff, it's like, what the hell's this? Farmers have, like, this is, if Christina Freeland is right, and this is a new revolution, it's maybe not going the way she planned. Nazis don't win. I think we, like, yeah, funny how history repeats itself. And doesn't this remind you of, like, the French Revolution? Like, I'm just like, what the hell? Like, this is nuts. Like, this can't be live right now. I'm really hoping this is old footage. This is nuts. Well, I'm sorry, I keep saying that, but I've been following protests in France for a decade just because I was like, I don't know. and everywhere. Just, but this is something else. This is it. Oh, I'd like to show Portland. Oh, because they were trying to burn a Bible one night. Let me just pause this for a second because it's a funny story. No, they like, oh my God. It's so, roughly reporters tried to set a Bible on fire. And it didn't actually go well. They were like, well, apparently none of us took Boy Scouts. We don't actually know how to set a fire. And I actually went to Roughly after, and I was like, you guys have been so professional over the years. And then you get this kid in, and I can understand Portland, all that meth in the air, like the kid probably went crazy. Let's try and burn a Bible. Like, and I said, like, or if this is Russian propaganda, like he actually really failed. Or Jesus stepped down and was like, hell no, you ain't burning my book. I invented tires. Let's burn those instead. It's like, oh my God, I can't, like, I just cannot, I refuse to confirm or deny if this is live or not, but this might be live. I don't know. Because it is a time zone thing. Like, it's night here, so I'm trying to do the, like, mental math of this could really be live. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Like, that really sounds like gunshots, you know? Sorry, I gotta do both. I'm not getting, like, a chat on Twitch. But I think I did something to my account there. Either that or shadow bans. Like, yeah, shadow bans are fun. I love shadow bans. They're wonderful, wonderful, wonderful things. Who needs free speech? Well, apparently I'm live on Twitch, so I'm not getting a chat on some of it, and I'm too scared. No, I'm oh my god. I am, because if this is live, I am too scared to switch off. I will take the risk on YouTube. This is history. And this is nuts. Like, I've never seen a protest like this. And farmers stick together. But also, this is just also like, if this is actually like, I assume it is, because just the time zone difference. But you gotta be careful what you they threw on some more tires. You can tell that is some fresh tar coming up. Wow, holy crap. Like, imagine if this happened in Ottawa. Like, people were complaining over bouncy castles. Like, fuck around and find out. Like, because you can only push people so far. And I will also say, this is France. This is Paris. They have a very long tradition of protesting. Like, we all have different ways we express ourselves as nations. But this is, wow. I need a minute. Like, if this is live, I'm just like, holy crap. And you see all the black smoke. They threw on some new tires. They ain't backing down. Okay, I see editing. So it might not be live, but either that or they're switching cameras. Like, this could have been... But Canadian news isn't reporting this. Yeah, live on the ground. This is nuts. Holy crap. Like, imagine if the truckers' protests looked like this. I could understand having martial law imposed on us. But it won't happen in France. This is just how they protest. Meanwhile, we have bouncy castles and prayer circles, and that's like, we put the Canadian flag on Terry Fox. Meanwhile, I didn't think he was gay, and the NDP could do that too. That's not homophobic. It's just true. I said, this is probably not live. It's a lot. I can, there's editing, but to see inside it, this is so different than the Canadian protests. Like, but it is France. They have a very proud tradition of protesting. So I'm just trying to adjust my fingers. Oh, sorry. Good jobs. Oh yeah. I'm missing a strap across here. I might wear my archery glove. I might, yeah. Give me a second. Enjoy the show. It's not quite right, but it'll help for now. Hopefully. Well, oh, come on. Close, baby. It's just like hard to. And I lost. Oh, but that feels so good. Like. So if you're just tuning in, this is Paris, France. Holy crap. Oh, sorry. I just need to, do something about this. I got this. No, I don't. Oh, it hurts so much. I know I'm laughing, but it's like natural endorphins and holy crap. It's just I'm gonna need another doctor's note. It's like every time it's like, what the fuck was that? That ain't fireworks, Hans. Oh boy. I'm like lobster girl. Sorry. It just like and then I'm gonna have to actually shape it up. That's kind of why I use Darth Pixie, just because if you have stuff going on, you gotta make fun of it. Oh shit. It sucks getting old. Don't get old. It's really overrated. You really shouldn't get old. But it's gonna happen. And when it does, you should make fun of it and celebrate it, and because it's gonna be painful. Oh my gosh, man. No, I'll get this adjusted. Oh, I have an idea. No, I have to get. Oh boy. This is oh boy. This should keep it on though. This should keep all the braces on. It's gonna look fucking hideous, but at least it's gonna keep the braces on. Can you imagine people in Ottawa? They're arresting journalists, and meanwhile, meanwhile in France, this is, but that little protest I showed at the beginning of my stream is getting under fire. Oh boy, this is already feeling so much better. Oh. Except it won't look pretty, and I'm gonna have to figure out how to type. But I got this. I got this. Oh yeah. Oh, holy crap. This can't be real. Huh. You can tell where the cuts in the editing are. It's real, but I don't think it's live. That's more what I'm saying. I don't know. Who doesn't like a campfire? Holy crap, this is insane. Like, what are you guys doing? But at the same time, it's like, if this is how far the French government has pushed farmers, and we are just okay, let me just pause this. We are just starting to see the start of a huge migrant crisis like Europe did. And it's going to go bad. And I don't feel like it's being taken care of seriously. Like, oh no, that razor wire should have gone up like a while ago. Like, I know it's like a joke in the States, but no, it's not a joke. And it's also led its way to so much human trafficking, the fentanyl crisis, like a rise in theft. And look at New York. Like, they had enough problem with, like, it just, wow. It's like, it's, every country has the right to defend their border. And also, every citizen in a country, just because, like, do like Republican ideals, has a life to liberty, freedom, and when the government tries to take away your food, like, the laws and everything that they've been doing to, like, are they expecting all these people to start a cricket farm? Oh god, this compression glove is just beautiful. Holy crap, this feels so good. I know it's bad. I shouldn't have my thumb like this, but it just, because then you'll like, but I'll tape it up the other way. I had one job. Oh my god, I had one job and they were like, how did you wreck your hand? And I'm like, do you want a list? And you can say stuff like that in a nursery with like a bunch of guys, like, but when you say it in like a retail environment, they're like, okay. Just walk away. Just no, this feels good. I'll reposition it. I know this, it doesn't look good, but it feels so good. Oh my god, it feels so good. It's like, it hurts so much, it makes me feel sick, and I'm not used to that. It's just, where's the life? See, normally I pull up the chat, but I don't think most Canadians would even fucking see this. Not really, no. And oh my god, my poor, like, because I hurt this finger and now my thumb hurts, and it's not even like cutting fabric, it's just because I've been putting so much pressure on one finger. I keep getting, like, I keep feeling sick. It doesn't matter. That's almost Freudian. That's like meta. Oh yeah, imagine that in Ottawa. Imagine there was I'm sorry, like hot tubs versus it probably smelled like a fair there in Ottawa, and meanwhile in Paris it's like, holy shit, this crap's gotten real. Can you imagine if the truckers' protest in Canada was like this? Can you imagine? Just asking. Or we've had some bad protests, but you know what? You push people too far. You cannot tax people out of their food, out of their livelihoods. And especially when there is but I keep looking at their flags. There's a lot of very, this protest is very multi-layered. You know, in Canada, this is normal for France. Meanwhile, in Canada, we have bouncy castles and prayer circles and street hockey, and we get banned. Mm-hmm. Okay, there. Yeah. To be fair, I think, they've had worse protests. Didn't they have the guillotine at one point in time? At least they're only setting things on fire, Look at the positive.
Sì, allora una parte già è stata e oggi potrebbe esserci un ulteriore impulso. Questo non è un provvedimento che va cambiato, quindi questo
I ain't translating that French, okay? Sorry. If you don't understand it, I ain't translating it for you. I know what they're saying, I just can't speak it. It's the weirdest thing. I'm like mute to anything but the English language. I can understand it, I can read it. Uh-oh. This is nuts. Like, this is honestly, like... I have been through so many French protests, like, this shouldn't shock me. But the fact is, like, the farmers, like... Farmers don't like leaving the farm, okay? But if you have nothing else to lose, you know. Is it still going? Oh my god. Yep, still going. Yay, I haven't gotten a strike yet. Awesome. Holy shit. That's awesome. Holy crap. I'm sorry. It's just... My uncle just, like, my family would just... Like I said, like, expensive pets. And I might open up the panel. I'm not sure. I just didn't expect this to come up. And hats off to Crux, because this is like... Not footage you would normally see in Canada. And sorry about my hand. I'm okay. I'll live. I'll get robot parts one day. This is nuts. Oh God, and I gotta clear off space. Wow. Like, wow. This makes like the Ottawa protests look like a cakewalk. Yet we had martial law. They have better like civil liberties with protests, but what are you going to say against, like, for all these farmers to leave their farms and organize like the cows and the crops, to come out and just say like this is wrong? And this is also like France is very different than Canada, because I see a lot of Ukrainian flags, like, but you know what? Like, you do you, I'll do me. This is just insane, like, footage. I know it's edited, but holy crap, like, I wanted to pull this up. Like, seriously, how isn't this just similar to the French Revolution? I would love you in side chat to please explain it to me, how this isn't like the French Revolution where the elites have overstepped their bounds. Because these are people who really don't want to leave their farms. And if they're out here like this en masse, how is this not like the French level? You know, let them eat cake. This is like... This... I know this is really edited, but... This is... This is like a different protest than we would see in Canada. And if we do not change our taxation policies, we will end up this way. Guaranteed in 10 years. We're heading that way. We cannot sustain. Oh, that feels so good, even though I look like Lobster Girl. Lobster Girl. No bad jokes. I'm sorry. I'm just in a lot of pain. I got this. I don't have to work, so I can just let it rest. I do have a project I'm working on, but if it just sits there for a week, it can wait. I just want to show work I can actually sew. And I'm still like deciding on the project. Like, I just think I should invest in a liner for this just to reinforce it a bit more. Oh God, it's like, oh yeah, this is I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I shouldn't be laughing, but it's like when you've been like Wonder Woman your whole life, and then all of a sudden, like, some of you doesn't work, like your hand that you kind of need, and I'm like, okay, well, I had to relearn with the other hand. What makes this work? This one's still good. I never used it my whole life. Bad jokes. You have to. Like, if you're going through anything, you kind of have to make jokes about it, just because otherwise it hurts so much. Like, it literally, like there are some days, like, I will put on a smile all day at work, and I will get off work and I will pretty much want to throw up. But I held it together all work. Like, what do you say? Like, I'm trying my bestest. And I know, like, I screwed up my hand at one of my past 2 jobs. I think it was K-Bros, and you know, it could be worse. Like, oh man. Okay, maybe, oh god, I had an idea. Maybe I can, like, bind my fingers up, and yeah, but at least they're, like, straight. And I do need to get some, like, batting and stuff like that, but it's, I just need to, like, oh, if I only had my own corset material. I've lost so much stuff and moves. Well, that, I know this looks awful, but it feels so goddamn comfortable. Just fix that a little. I got this. I'm sorry. Painkillers are wonderful. This is nuts. Like, I've seen a lot of French protests, but nothing like this. I'm trying to decide, like, sorry if I seem like I'm gapping out. It's like, yeah, I'm trying to plan out a blanket, a couple blankets and a pillow, like 2 blankets and 2 pillows. So, and one, I'm like, do I want to do the foam on it, or do I want to do, like, the puffy? Because I could actually, like, if I cut it in half, all the material I have, I could actually do, like, 2 foam things for my chairs. Because I have, like, really awful looking chairs outside, but they're heavy metal and they won't blow off my balcony. If I have plastic chairs, like, they would blow off, and I have to, like, figure out easy to take in and out cushions over summer. And I also, like, if this works out, I want to kind of do, like, a winter set and also a Canadian Day set, and we'll see. I just want to make something nice for my balcony. Also, like, I have a really sweet antique chair, and I'm gonna see how the dimensions, like, I might just save like all this material for my balcony in the summer, or find something, more durable but still like just fuzzy and awesome. But the ones I'm thinking of, like, I might just save it for my chair, but it's an investment, but it is half off, so it would only be like, because it's such beautiful wood, and it just, this type of upholstery you want to get rid of and upgrade. And also, like, sometimes you can find fabric that almost matches, or I've done restorations. You can actually save upholstery from, recommissioning a furniture piece, but you got to compensate for some of and sometimes it's like, why not make something new or recommission something so it can go on way further for, the next generations. And like, I have a project for my niece and nephew, and because, like, we kind of divided up, like, the grandparents' furniture, and I made, like, my cat destroyed it. I love my little ninja princess, but murder kitties, and she really was a murder kitty. That's why, if you watch my vlog, I keep pulling out, because this cat actually, like, really did try and kill me several times, and we actually had to have the cops called on us as roommates. And I do say roommates because if you have a murder kitty, it's like, that thing ain't. Oh man, that thing was a beast. And then her and Zeus, like, ganged up and destroyed a coach purse. Good kitties. And Buffy. They were mad about a move, and I'm sorry, Mommy has to move sometimes. But this, like, I love my place, and if I could, I would buy it. Like, if I won the lottery, I'd just buy it. And then everyone would have laundry. It would be like, we'll buy a new boiler, we'll figure it out. I already, like, after living here for almost 4 years, like, I've already figured out the engineering on the water. Like, I'm like, no, if you do this, this, and this, but unless it declares a heritage building, and it is actually beautifully designed, but the whole parking lot's sinking, so it only has so much time anyways. I love my place. It's so great renting. This is so many people. Like, I've never been in a crowd this big. Like, this is like all of Victoria coming out and protesting. Like, I've never been in a crowd this big, even at festivals. I think Warped Tour was probably like the biggest, but Seattle's pretty big. Seattle's big but small. It's actually reminds me so much of Victoria, and it's actually friendlier than Victoria. You wouldn't think that about Seattle. I don't know if it's changed. It's been a decade. I wanted to travel. It's been complicated. Obviously. Lobster. Like, sorry. At least it wasn't my middle finger that got fucked up. I'm trying to I know what he's saying. I can't translate it fast enough. I shouldn't need a translator with it. It's just really, it's such loud audio. Didn't we have cotton candy machines, not burning tires? Yeah, that was a national emergency. I'm just trying to find a context for it. All this is so damn confusing. Just a farm girl, right? Wow, I bet it does smell great there. Oh God, this would make the French Revolution because they'd never let me just pause this for a second. Just anyone from the French Revolution, they would actually be horrified by not and just as much as I'm horrified by their culture at the time, because that was pretty gruesome, and also the Louvre was very dirty. If you know your art history, I don't need to get into the shittiness, but if someone, say from the French Revolution, had a time machine and walked into this protest, they would not understand what there was. Some science fiction going on, like aliens and stuff, but not, they would actually think they were not just a few hundred years in the history of humanity, but maybe 1,000, because it would seem, but it would also seem very familiar to them, because this machine, there was machinery then. During the French Revolution, there was actually machinery. It did exist. It just was so new at the time. But when you go back to ancient Greece and you see some of their machines, it took us so long. And I worry that we are going to go back to a more primitive time soon. It might be digital and seem all futuristic, but I worry that we are going to hit a slippery slope. Why I'm pulling this up, like I'm not doing it for views or money. I'm concerned. And when you get the farmers out, like what makes you happy and puts food in your belly, you gotta, there is a concern in society, and this isn't the stream I planned, but if this is live, I'm just rolling with it. Let's go for it. Because this is kind of nuts too. All the cops and even the cops, it's actually not the force. Like this is like, let's see what they're gonna do. But I think it's more like they're just... No, it looks like they're going into formation. Oh, this could go weird. Just a trigger warning, folks. Yeah, okay, this could be something weird. Oh.
Segretario di Cortina.
Oh my god, what's going on? Holy crap. This is insane. I got this son. This is totally off topic. Like, absolutely, totally off topic. But, where is this deck? I actually want to do this tarot deck with felt. So they're, like, bigger, and I can, I know it's like an elementary school teacher thing, but, like, stick them to the board. I just think if I ever wanted to go into readings, but I kind of, like, these cards are so, like, they have so much potential, and I don't really mind about covering up the background. Because they're, like, it just... How much sticky stuff do I need? I like when I came up with some of these ones. Like progress past pain. So, like, and I think if I want to do a deck where I can actually, like, maybe be standing up to do an oracle reading, and if I have to, like, manipulate cards, or this deck I'm making myself, and I like the fact I have, like, a yes and no. And this, like, I think if I can get, like, the good backing, and, like, they'll be awesome, because I want them to be fun, like a little, like my angel cards, but kind of like a more grown-up version. Total side note, it is my channel. Back to the war games. I mean, protest. I mean, like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, like, don't piss off farmers. Like, this is bad when they have to leave their farms to just... But a lot of this French legislation, I should have... if anyone's hacking my camera, they had a fun view there. Just my pants were falling down. I'm like a little kid. I'll, like, have to stand there and pull them off. I'm like, I keep going up and down in size like Alice. I don't know. No, I do know. I know what I'm doing with this project. It'll be good. I almost might start it tonight because, like, okay, I'm going back to it. No, I'm gonna actually just do some of this project so at least half of it's done, and then I can make them, like, really fun. Because I don't think anyone's thought of this for, like, a tarot deck. And I don't know, I got people asking me for readings, but right now I'm just not there. And I want to get back into it. And get back into sewing. And get back into, like, I just need a better camera. I'll get there. This isn't like, I'm sorry, I think they actually have even other camera angles, but whatever is going on here, this is way above, like, I just think, like, Ottawa was so peaceful, and having that reporter arrested today the way he was, which was actually very illegal, and then seeing this, it's just like, really? Like, okay. Apparently this isn't a big deal, so why is it a big deal here? Oh my goodness, sorry, just a funny moment I thought about. Well, maybe not funny, but amusing. Okay. Let's see what I got. Sorry, I really want to do this before Oh, son of a bitch. Where is it? No, I did use a little bit. No, please. Oh, I see it. Yes. Good. No, we're good. I'm good. Sorry, I thought I lost a bunch of like craft paper and No, I didn't. I found it. I use more on other projects than I thought, and I should actually start doing more projects, not just. But at the same time, this is like kind of important when you think. Okay, I got this. I would show you what I would pull up my screen, but oh my god, I am making such a freaking mess of this. But I got this. Let's just slap these puppies on. No, this will work. We're gonna make this work. No, don't do that. Don't stick to yourself. That's a problem with craft paper. Just like, okay. There we go. Here we go. First puppy on. I feel really great about this art project, but it's going to be weird. It's going to be weird and probably make people uncomfortable, but I kind of like that idea. If I didn't get hair all over the freaking thing, like I'm like a puppy. Oh my god, I'm shedding. It must be spring. Puxatomi was right. And I actually divided up this oracle suit I'm working on, or this oracle deck. It's like a steampunk version. Kind of fits with the theme tonight. This is going to be awesome. Okay, and then we go on the next roll. These are going to be so awesome. I'm so proud of myself. No, I'm actually like really proud of myself for finishing these off. Because I hate having projects like I just don't finish. I talk about and then I don't do. And this one is going to be epic. Maybe not that card. Oh, you're better now. Yeah. Okay, that sounded really bad, but it just... I hate wrinkled paper when you're doing a project like this, and this is like... Oh my god. Hopefully I have enough paper. I think I do. No, don't you dare. Yeah, you move up. We're trying to conserve space here. Okay, let's go for the little one. Because I don't really care about the background. I just... trying to keep these little puppies even. Some of these are like fitting in so perfectly. This is just... yeah, my family was Masons. We know how to lay the blue brick. Oh, this is gorgeous. Let's do this the other way. It might take a little more. Oh no, don't do that. Crap. No, I just out on the context of... oh no, maybe. I'll make them fit. And if I have extra material, I'll make them work into another project. And then we roll. No, like people who've known me, like I've been trying to work on this deck of tarot cards, and so, and these are going to be, let's just roll this up so I don't ruin it. What I'm going to do is cover the back in felt so that when I'm doing a reading, I can actually just, it's kind of like school, but with a tarot reading. It'll be really, but see, I'm like trying to work on, like each of these are going to be little tarot cards. But some I have space for others in. So we're gonna like sort that one out. Just give me a second. I need to press these things. Otherwise they're gonna really screw up. Give me a second. I'm so excited. This is like, I've been trying to do this for a while. As much as I like other tarot readers, it's nice knowing this. And they were originally developed as a game. Like, they weren't meant to be taken seriously. As much as, like, I'm excited about this program. Very, very excited. Do I lay books on it or just roll it up? Oh dear. I think I just roll it up. Just see, all it is like little squares of stickers with little notes on them, but they match up to tarot cards. I just gotta like make sure I don't fuck this up too bad. There we go. I got this. It's gonna be cool because what I want to do is there is this like sticky felt at work, and I think that would be cool because I want to do the tarot cards with my bike. I know that sounds like a conflict of interest, but I'm just gonna stick you in there for now. So yeah, this isn't exactly live, but this is things you won't see on Canadian media usually. Oh my god, I am so excited about these cards. This is gonna be so cool. It's gonna be a lot of work, but not too bad.
Ich glaube, das ist wirklich eine Welt. Den heiligen Hallen fern vom Volk regieren, dass sie einfach mal auf die Erde und für die Menschen da sind. Nicht für irgendwelche indigenen Völker in Südamerika. Das sind die heiligen Leute, die bezahlen, dass die Leute ich glaube, wir sollten das ernst nehmen. Wir alle Politiker das sehr, sehr ernst nehmen. Jedes Verkehr auf der Realität. Und wenn es Sì, allora una parte già è stata e oggi potrebbe esserci un ulteriore incontro. Il punto non è un provvedimento che va cambiato, quindi in questo caso sta chiedendo
I'm gonna turn up the TV. Oh my god, I'm pirating it from the States anyways. See if I get a strike for this one. No, sorry, I'm sorry. But it's like, this is going to go on for a long time, and I'm trying to like work on art projects, and I'd really like music, but if I have music on YouTube, it's more offensive than showing burning tires outside the parliament. Never. Fluff all over me, but that's okay. I'd rather have fluff in here than... And this is going to be an awesome book when it's finished. Because it'll last me. And it's... Okay. I'm trying to repurpose a book. And I would say restore. But it's actually so humid in Victoria. It's destroying this book that I have had since my first year of university, and it's from the 1930s. So what I'm doing is like recovering it all in plastic, and the cover I'm going to put in felt. So it has like a little felt liner, and then all of these will be like nice and preserved. Because, like, I've gotten, like, some done on it. It's just, like, a lot of work and a lot of materials. But this is such an important book that it's worth it. It's like a classic car or something. Like, I'm going to there is no restoring this book. It is literally falling apart in my hands when I read it. So whenever I can actually afford to, restore a bit, do a bit, I'll figure out some tomorrow. And see what, because there were always skills. I don't know. I always like saying I'm a Vulcan or Klingon, but I might be part Ferengi where let's negotiate. Like, how do I get enough materials to refurbish this book? And I know it sounds so dumb. And it's so many pages. But it literally is like falling apart in my hands. But it's been like, okay, if your best friend is unhappy, you try and make them happy. So my book is not a happy book. Let's make it happy. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. I'm sorry. Let's just see if we can get some more going. can get this one and get another roll of this paper, I'm like, holy. But, well, I actually don't need a full roll for my book. Well, I actually need like 3 rolls. Possibly 5, but I'm gonna crowdsource some. Like, I have a business license. I should be able to get all my, like, I'm gonna have to talk to Savage because I should have some of this being able to be covered. Oh boy. This is gonna be a fun project. I know, I'm like, absolutely disturbed. Oh god. My hands don't even work, so I'm gonna like improvise. But I bought this. Oh well. I'll fix it in a minute. I'm going the wrong way on my product. Holy fuck, you know better. Okay, I can get this. I can get this. I'll fix it. I'm not. It's too valuable. Here we go. Come on. Come on, puppy. Oh boy. I almost saved it. Just give me a second. Sorry. I'm having a whole like craft paper malfunction. Oh my god, come on. Come on here. Come on. No, you're gonna do this. There we go. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm getting there. Okay. Let's start from the other side. If you saw what I was doing, you'd understand I'm swearing a lot because, oh my god. I have an idea. I think if I break up this roll of craft paper, I can actually, it's all the sticky, like, paper. This is going to be interesting. Oh. See how many I get out of this. Just so I can estimate how many rolls I need. And I fucked up the page already, but that's okay. Eventually, I will get my whole book preserved. Oh my god, I'm sorry I haven't been like talking much. I've been like trying to figure out just. I got this. I got this. I'm gonna leave that one. But I'm gonna keep the, you know. Okay. This is just way more complicated a project than I thought. I am like, kind of like, okay, I didn't think this would be so much, but we're gonna roll with it. Give me a second. I'm so excited about my art projects tomorrow. I'm so proud of myself. Like, at least like getting my ass and getting, creative again. And it's going to be awesome. I can't wait to show you what I did or what I'm doing. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, I gotta organize a few things. Nothing personal. I got a few more books, pages from my book preserved. It's coming together. It's just going to take a lot more than I thought. And a lot more to preserve. I'll figure it out. I'm going to talk to the, suppliers. I have a business account. I should be able to get enough craft paper to make this work. Now I know it's going to work. It's going to be this book is worth it. There are a lot of books I've just given away over the years, but this one I really do think I need to save. And I don't know why, but it's also this book is where's the cover? Fulsham's fortune teller. It's from the 1930s, and I know it's the worst way to do any kind of antiques, but the thing is literally falling apart in my hands, and I gave away, sold a bunch of books. And I still have a few. I wouldn't preserve this, but this one is important. And this one I can actually use big fortune telling cards. This one is worth the investment, even though it's going to be. I paid $5 for this book, but it's going to be ending up like quite a bit to preserve it, but it's worth it. And I'm going to do like a full internet review of it, but how do you get like whole sheets of this? I'll figure it out. Because I want to buy this in bulk. I want to save this book, and it's not going to save because it's from the 1930s. And this isn't the type of book that, universities like saving. Especially in all wokeism and everything that's going on. I don't even know if this is live. I'm just going to let it play. Whatever. Oh, sorry. There we go. Sorry, my hand is bugging me so much. See if I can get in there through a back door. Come on, baby. No, you're gonna work for me. Thank you. Maybe you will. Okay, I think I cleared up. No, I think I cleared up enough space, so this puppy will stay up for a while. It's the storage and everything. It's like this fucking counterbalance of normally I wouldn't pull up something so long, but I kind of feel like moment in history. Les Miserables. You have to learn the hard way sometimes. Part of me almost wants to pull it into blog, because this is really depressing. And I don't know if I want to keep watching it, but I'm like fascinated by it. Like, I don't know what to say about it. And I'm thinking about like 3 like sewing projects. They're going to be awesome. I can already like see the projects in my head. I just can't make them yet. I need to price it out tomorrow. I don't even know if I can afford to do what I want to do right away, but I'll get there. I'll get there. I'm just letting this play because this is so surreal. I'm just letting it play. I really would like I'm trying to like plan out some projects, and I'm sorry I'm just sort of letting this play, but I'm trying to work on some projects, and if I can pull them off, they're gonna look awesome. And I like showing you can do artwork and make your own stuff look amazing. You know, I'm so close on. I gotta price it out tomorrow, like my latest project, and I'm really proud of it. But even though it's not even done yet, but it's gonna look so cool. I'm so proud of myself. Just, I'm so damn proud of myself. And I haven't even started really, but the fact I'm trying, just sometimes it's even just starting to try. And my arm hurts so fucking much. Oh my god. I don't even want to eat. I just feel so sick. It hurts so much. I am eating. It hurts. I will get better. I'll figure it out.
On se mettrait pas de l'autre côté, là, sinon on va
fern vom Volk regieren, dass wir einfach mal für die Erde und für die Menschen auf dem nicht für irgendwelche indigenen Völker in Südamerika und irgendwo weil die Leute ich glaube, wir sollten das ernst non è stato approvato per il primo Ungheria, sono 50 miliardi di euro da dare all'Ucraina per quando si vada avanti a posto il veto e importante perché se non sono nel voto poi creerà una Sì, allora una parte già è stata e oggi potrebbe essere un ulteriore impulso. Il punto non è un provvedimento che va cambiato, quindi in questo caso penso che
Attention, former Marines and family members stationed at Camp Lejeune. If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for at least 30 days from August 1953 through December 1987 and had been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, had a child born with birth defects, were diagnosed with fertility issues or more, you may qualify for significant financial compensation. Call Saddlewalk Legal Group now to discuss your case. It has been proven that the water at Camp Lejeune during those years was extremely contaminated with toxic chemicals. A new law calls veterans and their surviving family members to bring lawsuits and potentially recover damages for harm from exposure to contaminated water at Camp Lejeune. Don't wait until it's too late. It only takes a few minutes and the call is completely free. Call Saddlewalk Legal Group to discuss your case now. Call 1-800-779-1616. That's 1-800-779-1616.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds. That's great. And now I've been telling everyone. How many people did you tell? Only paid for what you need. Home of Low showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. I love that you just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Do you shop for supplements at Vitamin Shop? There's extra products powerful to improve your health, but they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Packing is Vitamin Shop's best brand. They give quality sure potential with Force Packing at Vitamin Shop.
They're selling out of food sovereignty. So we'll fight back. Yes, we'll fight back. And this is one of these days in which we will fight back. This is one of these days in which all these techniques are driving through. And you can see yesterday, they try to block our words. Everything we do, we just get us out of the buildings. Because if you would let us in, it would smell like shit. It would smell like burning tires. It would smell like all these hard things we are living, we are going through. We are the guys and girls that are stressed every day. We are the guys and the girls that try to produce your food. And we are the guys and the girls that are going bankrupt because of your policies. So here today, in front of you, there's a crowd of beautiful men and beautiful women. We call them farmers or peasants. And they're ready to fight on. They're ready to show you that if you are really about to destroy our lives and our farms, and we will fight back. And we will raise our business. And time after time, we're going to be our fight. And therefore, we'll work our hands. And when we see our herds, I mean the moments, we see our herds freezing in the fields, we smell it all, and nothing. It's producing food a decent way. Qu'est-ce que les gens me demandent? Mais non, c'est quand même pas bon ce que vous faites. Vous faites du feu, vous lancez des barricades. C'est pas bien ce que vous faites. Et là, ma réponse, c'est que les coups c'est eux qui ont fait cette crise. C'est eux qui l'ont fait avec leur loi misérable. Mais c'est aussi eux qui l'ont fait le monde qui nous ont vendus à les internationaux. C'est eux qui ont fait des accords de libre-échange. C'est encore nous qui nous se battent pour ça. On va montrer le monde. Mais c'est là, on est en train de montrer que et on arrive au point où le monde est devant toi. Et on va bloquer les autoroutes, et on va bloquer les supermarchés. On va éviter d'être des agriculteurs et des agricultrices. On va être fiers d'être des paysans et des paysannes. Aujourd'hui, c'est notre jour de gloire, c'est notre jour de fête. Et nous, autant d'agriculteurs dans le présent, je peux dire ce qu'elle a fait. Il y a toujours un peu de feu, un peu de feu. Merci beaucoup les gars d'être là. Merci beaucoup les filles d'être là. Je suis fier de vous tous. Merci.
This will be cool. It just hurts right now. Oh boy. Got this. Ow. I got this. Oh boy. Hmm.
Me voy con la prensa.